Goeiemorgen and good morning to everybody. I hope you are doing very well on this beautiful Thursday. And of course, how beautiful is it in Okokoyo in Namibia? Welcome to Escape to Nature and thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day. And I'm excited to hear from all of you today. Remember, this is a live and interactive safari, so please do send through your questions, your comments, even your suggestions. We love to hear from you. And we are really looking forward to have a beautiful day. I'm very excited to keep an eye on the Djuma Dam Camp today as well, hopefully, if the weather permits. But I'm sure all of you know we've had a lot of rain in Djuma. Nothing again yet in Okokoyo, but that is fine. We'll get there. Mother Nature will provide as she feels the need to. But look at the beautiful blue sky we have in Okokoyo today. Hopefully it'll stay this sunny. Hopefully it will be a warm day. And I really am crossing my fingers for some animals to come quench their thirst today. But speaking of that, let's take a look at today's weather and see what we can expect in our locations. Another 31 degrees for the day. Hopefully, as I say, that will encourage some animals to come visit us here at this waterhole. I really am crossing my fingers. I will braid my hair, cross my legs, everything, and I hope you do the same. But let me know what you would like to see today and what you would like to discuss today. Remember, Escape to Nature is literally just a journey where we take some time to enjoy the interactions between the animals, listen to all of the birds, and really just appreciate Mother Nature for what she gives us. So definitely do get in touch with me, send through your questions, your comments. I hope and know that we are going to have a wonderful day. I feel like we should be giving this Impala ram a name by now, because he's always around. Well, when I say always, I mean during this green season we've been having. And he's always by himself. Hopefully he'll meet up with that springbok off to the left. They can become friends, hang out together. Because as you know, being alone in the wild is not the best thing. Unless you are a predator, you are definitely singled out, which has been very interesting with the springbok, specifically from when they've started lambing up to now. The first lamb that we saw was literally left alone in the grass by itself, just laying low literally. And that was specifically, I believe, not to get spotted by a predator, just to sort of camouflage. But if you are an antelope of this size, it is not the best thing to be all by yourself. And the interesting thing here in Okokoyo is you would think, I don't know if I would want to hang out in such an open area, because you are, of course, immediately visible. But that being said, I think I would rather probably prefer that, as opposed to being in Djuma, where it is very bushy. Anything can hide behind any bush and you could be ambushed at any time. It's a rather impressive male, this one. His horns are fairly wide. It's generally not something you see with Impala. Of course, when they are born, of course they won't have horns. That will be a little uncomfortable for mom. But then of course, the males will start getting their horns, and then as they grow older, they get more curves in the horns as well. Not as much as your kudu, which is also a beautiful antelope we have in Africa. If you're not familiar with a kudu, definitely go look them up. But this one specifically for me personally has got quite an impressive set of horns. And that is what they use to fight with one another, which is called sparring. And of course, defend themselves. If they really need to, if they are cornered, if they can no longer evade a predator, they will do everything and anything they can to sort of get rid of that predator. Goodness. But let me know what you are looking forward to today. I myself am not going to have any expectations. Tasha, good morning. You would like to know if this impala male is alone because he wants to take on a harem. Yes and no. However, that being said, a lot of your males, when they do get into that rutting season, they'll be part of bachelor herds, and that is when they start to spar and challenge each other. So this might just be one of those animals that just prefers being by itself. As I say, it's not the safest option, but perhaps he's got peace of mind this way. He doesn't have to listen to a whole bunch of ladies giving him nonsense the whole day. He doesn't have to mate with all of them. He doesn't then have to protect all of the lambs. So I mean, there really is pros and cons when you think about it. But it's possible, if there's other males that challenge him, it's possible that he might then definitely take them on, accept the challenge, like this one. No, this one is a bit young. Again, never say never when it comes to Mother Nature, but the one that just arrived on the scene is still a little bit young, I would say. You will see the difference in the horns now. There we are. That one's got much pointier horns, so as I said, as they grow older, their horns will curve a little bit more. And that is actually how you can sort of more or less tell their age as well. I'm not sure who of you saw that. I just saw a European bee-eater in the background. So we'll definitely keep our eyes open for them as well today. And I'm hoping for the storks again today. Hopefully the Adams storks come around. Ooh, what is that? There is something moving in the background, which might be a mongoose. Gosh, I lost it now. Not too sure what it was. I will keep my eyes peeled. I don't know who of you saw that. There was like something brown moving amongst the rocks. We have seen our banded mongoose quite a few times this week, so it might be them. Not too sure. Let me just do this again. Hopefully we can get a better perspective. Alyssa, good morning. You are saying you still cannot get over how green Okokoyo is right now. I cannot agree with you more. It is so, and I actually quickly want to show you, because of course all of the animals are busy grazing this part in particular, but it really is becoming so beautiful. I just want to show you off to our right, because it's like the animals haven't discovered the right side yet of the waterhole. But just in terms of how much grass and everything is around over here, oh, it really is beautiful. But Alyssa, I have to tell you, I'm getting rather antsy now. We need some more rain, because there's definitely patches coming through. You can see some of the grass losing its color, in other words, losing its nutrition. So hopefully we'll get some rain that just revives it a little bit more again. Gosh, if we could perhaps borrow some rain from Juma, that would be wonderful. But Juma is now slowly, going towards the end of rain season, whereas Ukokoya has only now started their rain season. So hopefully, as I say, we'll get lots more here. But here you can see there's a lot of patches coming through already. Again, the grass is dying a little bit. Not only because it's being overgrazed, but also the fact that, animals are moving around here. The day before yesterday, we had a black rhino here. And the interesting thing is, initially, when you saw the sights, you would immediately think, oh, white rhino. Because, of course, white rhinos are grazers. They eat grass. And then black rhinos eat predominantly leaves. But there is so much nutrition around right now, so I think that black rhino just decided, a lot of yumminess around. Let me enjoy all of this. Since no one is cutting the grass, I will do Ukokoyo a favor and offer them my gardening services. Oh, but it is just such a stunning location. But as I say, I hope the Abdom storks come again today. And I also hope we can do some birding. I hope we see the European bee-eaters. But all of that being said, I am not putting any expectations out there. I hope and believe that Mother Nature will just bless us with whatever she feels fit or sees fit. We will be grateful for anything we see. Just checking in on our Egyptian geese. Our very popular children here in Okokoyo. So, I think today what we will do, since we have had a rather peaceful day yesterday, Lisa is going to be Lisa, and I'm going to be very loud since the animals can luckily not hear me. But I think what we'll do today, if you are up for the challenge that is, I am going to do some bird calls for you today, because I myself have to work on my bird calls. And then, of course, you know, if you have ID'd the bird, you can definitely send through your answers. But I think to make it interesting and to completely embarrass myself, I will also try, emphasis on try, capital letters, please, everyone, bold, to imitate some animal sounds for you. And then you can let me know what you think the animal is. If you are keen. If you are not, that's perfectly fine. If you just want to have a peaceful day, we can definitely do that. I'm keen for that. But I think just to switch things up a little bit today. So let me know what you think of that challenge. If you are interested, if you are eager, that is our plan for the day. Other than, of course, just enjoying all of this beauty all around us and all of the animals that come and go, hopefully, today. Alrighty, well, I'm going to send you to Kariga so Nick can say good morning, and hopefully he is keen on the challenge too today.
Good morning from Kariga, the land of the Eastern Cape. My name is Nick and I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today. And as you can see, we've got some cooler conditions today. Still a lot of cloud around the area. So we are here close to Scotia Dam, down in the clearings, and we've got this little pocket that's opened up, and we don't have any rain here, which is delightful. Delightful for us, not for the environment. Although we have had good rains, both overnight and even throughout this morning. We've just had a little reprieve now in the last sort of hour or so, which has allowed us the opportunity to head out, which is absolutely amazing. Maybe later on I'll get to show you, but some of our little mud wallows have started to fill up with water again, which I'm sure a lot of the animals are going to be delighted with. You know, the likes of our warthogs and rhinos and buffaloes and things like that. If I had to take a guess, I would maybe say somewhere close to 20 millimeters of rain that we've had. And it hasn't been like just a torrential downpour. It's been more of like a steady, consistent type of rain, which is obviously not bad. You know, it is good for the environment. It allows that water to really infiltrate into the soil. And remember, a lot of our little drainage lines and things will flow from some of the higher areas down to the lower areas, and down in that little gorge just beneath those rocks that we can see. That is where the Kariga River is flowing. So any excess water would head down into the Kariga River. It's not like there's going to be a massive surplus of water there. And obviously this little rain that we've had, this is going to help just to keep the environment looking nice and green. It's been amazing to watch how even over the last sort of 3 weeks or so, the grasses on the clearings here of Scotia Dam have definitely started to dry out. I was going through a few photos that I've taken on my phone from the 1st of January compared to now, and there's definitely a significant difference in the colour of these grasses. I mean, we still pretty much slap bang in the middle of summer, but a lot of the grasses have kind of changed from that vibrant green colour to more of like a yellowy type of colour, if anything. Obviously with the rain that we have had, a lot of the animals have headed for a little bit of shelter. And Ava, 100%. This view is certainly picture perfect. Very moody with those clouds that we've got there. Quite sort of low hanging, hugging the tops of those cliffs there. Obviously nice with our trees that we've got there, adding a bit of an anchor point to the foreground of our picture. Obviously for a lot of our birds now that the rain has stopped, they'll be heading to some of the bushes, some of the trees, spreading those wings out, hoping that they will dry those wings out before flying around and doing their thing. So I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye out for that and hopefully seeing what different bird species that we can bring you. Obviously you think of yellow-billed kites, jackal buzzards, things like that, the overall size of the bird and obviously the feathers is going to be much bigger than that of something like a little Cape longclaw or a common fiscal. So they will have to be much more sort of proactive in cleaning those feathers, drying them out, making sure that they're good to go. There was a bird that flitted past there in the distance. It looked like it could have been a heron. So he's got an early start. I mean, we said that the rain's probably only just stopped. So he's obviously done a good job of sorting those feathers out. Right in the distance we do have some giraffe as well. Yeah, so for these giraffe, they wouldn't have been too put off by the rain. Not too many places that they can go to. So they more would have just endured the rain, if anything else. Looks like our two males at the back there are having a little bit of a jostling session. So in terms of massive full-on fights between giraffes, you often won't see stiff body contact like that between the shoulders. Solomon, that's a good question. Do giraffes ever get struck by lightning during storms? 100%. 100%. They are the tallest animal that we have out here, and you can imagine if they're at the top of one of these ridge lines and we get some big lightning that comes through, a giraffe may well be struck by lightning. I've got personal experience of that. I've seen 3 giraffes that have been struck by lightning myself. So that's not really a case of I heard from a friend who heard from a friend. I've seen it myself. 3 different giraffes. One was right at the top of a ridgeline, and funnily enough the other 2 were right at the bottom of a valley. That chap that was at the top of the ridge, obviously he didn't have his thinking cap on that day. And the giraffe were, I don't want to say cooked, but they definitely had a darker sort of color to them. And imagine the sound though of that lightning strike. I mean, I'm sure a lot of you have had bolts of lightning at certain points in time coming down relatively close to where you are, maybe in the area of your property, or a few meters away. And the sound of that is immense. But I'd like to think for that giraffe it would be pretty instantaneous. You can see at the moment it's more of that sort of that jostling position, a little bit of body contact, pushing and shoving. There's obviously the odd swaying of the head that we're seeing there. But when giraffe do get into a full-on fight, it becomes quite serious. I mean, now we're quite far away, but the thud, it's immense. They're strong animals, very low body fat, so any contact, you can really hear that contact. Yeah, we've got some hoddiedars flying past there. Okay, so they've got their feathers dried out enough to be able to do their thing. You would imagine something like an owl, which has got a lot more of that sort of down feather, is going to need to wait a whole lot longer than something like a hoddiedar.
Are you ready for the ultimate fireside chat? Join James, Lauren, Cedric, and special guest Byron Soro as they pit some of Africa's iconic wild animals against each other. Who will be crowned the ultimate king of the jungle? Don't miss the incredible finale of our Safari Bowl weekend. Catch it live on February 11th.
Oh, little hit to the leg there. You can imagine with the rain that we've had, they're going to have to be quite careful of their footing as well. You know, there might be certain areas that are a little bit slippery. You can kind of see the minute there's any type of movement, they're both very careful about the placement of their feet. So you can see the impact zone of where they try and hit the other one is around the sort of the chest area, the shoulder area, the bottom of the neck area. It's not like they're trying to go straight for the head of the other one. Oh, that one was definitely closer to the head there. So that single giraffe that we can see on the left there, obviously it's very far away, but just having a look at the horns, it looks like they're very broad horns. So I would say that that's another male. Very difficult to tell from this distance though. Remember, in terms of the sort of the herd structure of giraffe, it changes all the time. So it's possible that these two individuals have just come into contact with each other today. And yeah, they kind of thought, eesh, you're a similar size, I need to assert my dominance here. There's another one walking over. Looks a little bit taller, this one here on the right hand side. That wildebeest bottom left of the frame, he's just sitting or standing there, mesmerized. Yeah, it looks like this third one that has joined is definitely a bit bigger. Have a look at the development of his chest there. It looks a lot thicker, a lot more broad set. Now he's losing a bit of interest. Off he goes. No, he's lining up with everybody else. Get it, my boy. So right in the distance to the left of them, not in the frame at the moment, I'll scan across there or pan across there a little later, but I can see there is another giraffe feeding and potentially there might be a female in there. Remember, there is a chance that it could be a male. It's not like there has to be a female here. But it's beautifully still now. There's not a breath of wind after the rain that we've had. Obviously the ground is very wet now, so any tracks that we do see, we will know that they will be relatively fresh, relatively good to follow. And after a rain like this, something like our male lions that we have been trying to follow over the past few days, they might have to go around the border of their territory again, scent marking. You know, if we have had 20 mils of rain or so, that's going to wash away all of their previous scent marking that they've done, and they will want to re-establish their boundaries. You know, depending upon what the weather does tonight, if it clears up, maybe there might potentially be some roaring tonight or tomorrow. If these weather conditions sort of prevail, I don't think we would see any roaring from the lions today. The conditions aren't quite right, but maybe in the upcoming days we'll see if we can get lucky enough to find some lions roaring. Remember, for these giraffe that we're having a look at, they aren't territorial. So they're not like those lions where they'll go and scent mark around a territory. They've got sort of home ranges, rather, is what it's known as. So more favorite areas that they prefer to move around. every now and then when males come into contact with each other, there may be a little bit of jostling like we're watching here. But it's not like they've got any audio form of communication for saying this is my territory or actual urinating itself. So right at the end of the sunset safari yesterday, we did have that beautiful scene of a dazzle of zebra on the ridgeline and plenty giraffe in the background, about 13, 14 giraffe. So where we saw those giraffe in relation of where we are right now, or where these giraffe are that we're looking, is very close. They were probably only about 200, 300 meters to the right hand side. So this is more than likely going to be the same group that we saw. And potentially what's happened with that bad weather coming in overnight, that they've maybe just spent the night down there in some of those clearings. They're doing a bit of feeding, some of the other ones, these ones having a little jostle. So this may well be the same group, and if it is, hopefully if our rain stays away, all of our giraffe will come out of the thickets to do a little bit of feeding, and it would be amazing if we could get all 14 of them together. Ronald, thanks for the question. 100%. You've hit the nail on the head there. Males are definitely going to be necking each other rather than females. So you don't really see necking between males and females. Remember, the necking is a form of fighting between the males. And for males and females fighting, you don't really find that. You'll sometimes see males kind of nudging the rump of a female, trying to get her to urinate. Remember, the male will then sample that urine to be able to detect whether that female is an estrus or not. But other than that, in terms of contact with females, you're not going to have this necking that we're watching. So this is pretty much going to be restricted just to males. I haven't heard of it or read of it happening before, male and female necking, but never say never. There's always exceptions in nature. So I can hear in the distance, in the thickets behind these giraffe, there are some Knysna turacos starting to call. Knysna luri would be the old name. So if the rain does stay away, we should expect to hear a lot of birds starting to call. So similar to something like the lions going out and scent marking and roaring and things like that, for a lot of birds, they are territorial. So we should start to hear a lot of them giving that call, shouting to their rivals, saying, hey, I've survived the storm, I've made it through the rain, this territory is still mine, it's taken. And I expect the insects to come out, a lot of the little midges, even some of the beetles and things like that. So if the rain has stopped, we're more than likely going to have humidity levels starting to increase, and that in turn is going to cause a lot of the smaller insects to come to the surface and start to do their thing, which in turn will draw our birds out if they've managed to dry their feathers out enough. Long claws, shrikes, bokmakeries. Think of lesser spotted eagles, maybe booted eagles, potentially even things like amur falcons, yellow-billed kites. I'm scanning across closer towards Scotia Dam and everything looks a little quiet. Can't see any ducks moving and shaking. Maybe they're doing a little bit of preening. But we do have one or two wildebeest that have started to make an appearance. You can see some of the other giraffes there. And our wildebeest in the foreground. Let's remember the others have gone just to the right hand side of this one. There is a small little ridge line there. And I think they've just dipped beneath that ridge line, so we just can't see them. But that's more than likely going to be the herd of wildebeest there with a lot of the little youngsters and things like that. Alright, I think we're going to take you from one location to another, but also with a giraffe, and also here in the Eastern Cape.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. We have started off with a really strange note in Amakala. I'm sorry for the giggles already. We've got an eland and a giraffe. But there's a wildebeest behind me that is making the most ridiculous noises. Morgan can't even concentrate. Yes, you can. Sorry. Let me tell you who I am and then we can try and get the sound of the wildebeest because I can't even describe it. My name is Tess. I'll be taking you out on a giggle-filled adventure today. Apologies in advance. Behind the camera is Morgan. There's a wildebeest here. We were both just kind of sitting here waiting to kind of start with a lovely peaceful note with the giraffe. And this wildebeest just started making a noise I've never heard in my life. It's a black wildebeest, maybe that's why I've never heard the sound. I've never spent enough time with them. Oh, come on, don't disappoint us now. He did it, wait. I don't know if you could hear that. Why is everyone in Joburg asking me to imitate this? He can do it perfectly fine on his own. I think he's watching the others, kind of getting angry. Oh, I think there's a fight that's going to break out. There's two other males coming up to him. Did you hear it? It literally sounds like a cow with a bad stomach.
Oh, that one's charging.
Oh, they're making more noises and coming towards each other. I wonder if this is their version of growling at each other. Oh, that one ended in a sneeze. These are the most ridiculous sounds. We weren't expecting the sound to come from behind us. We're both staring at the giraffe and all of a sudden the sound sounds like a cow with really bad gas. That's what it sounds like. It sounded like this massive fart behind us. Morgan's laughing so hard he's coughing. And crying, yeah, I'm also crying a fair bit. Oh, come on, do it again, boys. I don't know if they're actually having an interaction with each other. I think they're uncomfortable about something. But I don't think it's each other because they're not facing each other now. It's almost like it's a... It's like it's a preemptive warning call, like they're trying to growl at something to make it go away. Elaine, I'm so happy you're giggling with us. I really am. This is ridiculous. Sometimes there are actually just no words in the bush. Especially with those sounds. Why can't you see the screen, Morgan? Because you're crying too much.
Because behind. Camera's facing backwards.
Oh, come on, boys, do it again. It's a matter of time until it happens again. I've heard the shortened, kind of similar-ish call of a blue wildebeest. I've never heard that sound until today. A very interesting first for us. Nina, I suppose it is possible, considering we've never heard this call before. I don't think we actually fully know what it is. At this point, it's just speculation. So it could be a territorial call. Maybe there's other wildebeest that are trying to take this territory and they're up on the hill where we can't see them. But I almost feel like it's a disgruntled call. Like we're upset about something, but...
I heard it last night getting out of my bucket.
Morgan says he heard it last night getting out of his bucky. I don't think it was the wildebeest you heard if you were getting out of your bucky. Did you not make a weird noise by any chance?
No, it's down below our house.
Okay, so apparently they were making the same call last night. That's really weird. I mean, the way that they're standing and staring, that's normally what they do when they see a predator. I have no clue what that's for. Maybe we can just classify it as a confused, disgruntled wildebeest. They are confused most of the time, or they look like they are anyway. They're not the most intelligent herbivore out here. Nothing against them. I absolutely love them. I think it makes them better. But, definitely unusual. Yeah, Laura, he actually doesn't look that impressed with us laughing at him. Yeah, he looks a bit grumpy. Yeah, he looks a bit grumpy. Okay, he's going behind the pole. That's all right. Well, hopefully we'll hear it again. For now, we'll go back to the mountain zebra, which we don't get to see an awful lot, and the zebra. And the giraffe lying down, and there's even some eland mixed in between. The wildebeest is looking at them now, so I think maybe he's just a bit upset about movement. Maybe there's a smell in the air after the rain, because we've had rain all morning. Maybe there's a little whiff of a predator or something that he's not so happy with. Because they all look like they're just standing and staring. They don't really look like they're doing much else. Oh, I'd love to hear a giraffe make a sound like that. I really would. We won't really hear many sounds from a giraffe. We can't hear it with kind of our frequency that we can actually hear. It's a bit higher frequency. Young children can apparently hear it. But zebras we can hear. They make a few little squeaking sounds. They kind of at each other as well. But I don't actually know if you know how it was discovered that giraffes do make a noise, because obviously we've watched them for a long time. I've never ever heard a giraffe vocalizing, ever. But apparently the story came from a zoo. I think it may have been the San Diego Zoo. And the night watchman had to bring his son to work with him because the babysitter couldn't come in. So he brought his son in with him overnight and decided, all right, let's take a walk around the enclosures. And when they walked past the giraffe enclosure, the little boy said to him, but Dad, what's that sound? There's a humming sound. And he said, no, there's no humming sound. I can't hear a humming sound. The boy was adamant that he heard a humming sound, so they went back the next night and the night after that. And every night, this little boy heard the humming around the giraffe enclosure, and that was when they realized it was at a frequency that children can hear, but adults can't. As we get older, the frequencies we hear change. It's also different male to female. I don't know if you knew that. Females are more sensitive to higher frequencies. More sensitive to higher frequencies, and so are children. But children much more than adult female humans. What? He sounds like a cheetah. That's the wildebeest.
That's what they sound like.
That is crazy. I've never heard a black wildebeest make that noise before.
I'm not going to be able to go there because of the pole.
Still behind the pole. That's okay though. That sound was enough to completely frazzle my brain. But anyway, that was how they realized that giraffes can make a noise. It's a humming noise when they chat to each other. That's a very high frequency that most humans, especially adult humans, can't hear. So when they actually tested it, they could pick up those frequencies. Morgan, would you like to try that one since I tried the previous call?
That one?
Yeah, that high-pitched one that wildebeest just made.
I did it, but it's too high pitched for the...
No. I don't buy that at all. That's nonsense. We're not moving on from this, Morgan. You have to try. I at least did the one. It sounds like a weird mix of gas coming out of a body. That is very interesting, Morgan. Amy, yes, the rain definitely could be triggering vocalizations because it kind of gives everyone a bit of extra energy, but it also means that any smells that were here may have washed away, and so the whole territorial behavior starts again, and so they also might be a little bit nervous, and so there'll be an increase of vocalizations between species, but also between individuals, to both mark territory and advertise where they are so that they can find each other again after the rain and just see what's happening around them. But also the extra energy, sometimes that just equates to chatting more, like I do. Morgan, I was talking about the high-pitched call, though, that the wildebeest just did, not the low grumble one.
Oh, I guess now I've done the low one, so it's your turn.
I did the low one first.
Yeah, and I did it second. Your turn.
Oh, that's such a high pitch. Oh, okay, wait, I'm trying to remember what it sounded like. There's so many weird sounds coming out. I don't even know what those were. Morgan, you try. We just can't get this right. We're gonna have to try and compose ourselves. Morgan, pull yourself toward yourself.
I'm not laughing.
making noises again. I don't know. I definitely feel like these wildebeest are unhappy with something that's on the other mountain. They are so focused. Like there's a cheetah or something there. Look how they're staring. This is fascinating. I wonder what's going through their minds. Yeah, they're even walking forwards as though they've seen something. You know how that typical herbivore behavior, particularly common in wildebeest, impala, when they see something they're not happy with and they almost take a few steps forward towards it, maintaining eye contact and visual. So they want to make sure that they can always see whatever is making them unhappy. They're definitely not happy with something down there. The wind is blowing up from the kind of southeastern side. So that would mean that the smells of the main part of the reserve are blowing this way, which includes lions, it includes cheetahs. It is quite a steady breeze, so maybe they can smell something like that. It is far for the smell to travel, but it will still travel. Maybe they're just facing downwind to literally cover themselves, because they'll smell and hear something coming from upwind, but they won't smell or hear it coming from downwind. So they need to see downwind and use the wind coming from behind them to hear and smell, covering all angles. This is very much like when you hear a rhino vocalizing for the first time. It sounds like a squeaky dolphin. Mind-blowing. So for now, wildebeest are still unhappy and slowly kind of tiptoeing forwards. They're looking at something behind us. I can't see anything on the other ridge though. There were some zebras there. Maybe they're smelling something from upwind but seeing movement downwind and they're just a bit confused. Oof, they don't look happy. I'm just waiting for more noises though. I need more noises. Starbuck, I think we're just so used to seeing blue wildebeest that black wildebeest are still a bit of an anomaly to us. So you probably find they might have slightly better hearing or eyesight or sense of smell, but it would probably be much of a muchness between the species. They're kind of playing the same role in both environments. They're just a slightly different subspecies. So I think maybe because we're used to seeing blue wildebeest in massive herds, and we're more used to black wildebeest being in very small herds in comparison, maybe they're more sensitive to compensate for that. Maybe they act more sensitive because they don't have as many eyes and ears, where blue wildebeest are in the thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands because of the migrations. So maybe that's just their compensation for being in smaller family groups. They have to be a bit more sensitive, a bit more careful. I much prefer the look of a black wildebeest, though, I will be honest. I think I prefer them as a whole, really, over a blue wildebeest. Their shape is incredible. They look so bulky but so strong, especially the front end. And their behavior to me is more interesting than a blue wildebeest. They behave a little differently. More trotting around, more running in circles, more aggression even. And an incredible mohawk. Wow, that mane is unparalleled actually. Straight up. There's a crow sneaking closer that you can hear. The wildebeest is actually watching the crow that's coming towards us, and the other two are still watching in other directions. So, I don't know. I think they're not quite happy with something. I just want more sounds, though. That's what I'm here for. Our entire day adventure just took a completely different turn when they started making sounds. Hello, pied crow. Sneaking up. This is also something I'm not as used to, seeing all of the different crow species here as opposed to vultures. Very, very different. And there are so many crows. It's like everywhere you look, they are there. This definitely the most common of the different crow species here. Very distinctive, that pied color, black and white. They also make interesting sounds. So they kind of act as the substitute vultures, but not quite to the same degree. They don't eat as much as the vultures, or as aggressively. But they do a great job of cleaning up. There you can hear it. It's soft, but you can kind of hear it. Now that the wildebeest have stopped making a noise, the crow has taken over. If we're going in that order, from right to left, the zebras are next. Let's hope they start making a noise. It's such a weird, guttural, disturbing sound. The wildebeest mooed again. Did you just say that in my ear? The wildebeest mooed again. Moo. That's exactly it. You got it right. The lovely voice in my ear is doing a perfect impersonation. It's such a cool sound. It's like an elongated moo growl. What? That is fascinating. And the only thing coming closer is zebras and some warthogs.
Maybe there's a brown hyena.
Oh, I would be very happy if there's a brown hyena sneaking up. It's as though he's thinking, thinking out loud, It's like they egg each other on to do it as well. So they're following the movement of the zebras. We've got zebras up to the left of us. They're following the movement of the zebras. Is that what they're unhappy about? Do they think that the zebras are lions? Oh, the zebras have started running because the wildebeest are making them nervous. I wonder if that'll change the reaction from the wildebeest. That even scared the crow away. Maybe the cheetahs will surprise us, Morgan. Maybe they've come back north. This is the strangest thing. So you can hear the difference between the big male, which is the first one that started calling, and the younger two. They don't call for as long and it's slightly less deep. So the big male is off to the left behind the pole, making himself known audibly. Yeah, theirs is definitely high pitched. They're not quite as big. Their voice boxes aren't as big. I think they're watching the warthogs now. I think because we're in between them and the warthogs, they aren't quite sure of the movement. So they're responding to other animals moving, but the nervousness makes me think they think there's a predator here. I'm less sure that there's a predator. I want to believe there is one. Wow. Slap bang behind the pole. Perfect. Wow, this is fascinating behavior. So much so that it's making the zebras and the warthogs nervous because the attitude of the wildebeest is rubbing off on the other animals. This is why they stick around in herds, right? Because if one's unhappy, everyone will start looking and being more careful, more vigilant. So we're kind of looking around all the time to see if we can spot a predator coming up, but nothing. Gina, I can't think of any places off the top of my head where you would find black and blue wildebeest together because they don't naturally occur together as far as I'm aware. They are different subspecies because of that geographical difference, because of the split. So here on the southern side of South Africa, it's the black wildebeest, and further north, all the way up to East Africa, is the blue wildebeest. And that kind of change between causing the two subspecies happened because of the geographical distance between them. So they adapted differently to the environments that they were in. I don't think there's anywhere that would have black and blue wildebeest occurring naturally. You might find, though, that somebody has introduced them onto the same area, particularly, I suppose, private safaris or things like that. They might have black and blue wildebeest as an option. But I can't think of any off the top of my head. All right, the wildebeest are starting to play hard to get here and still not really sure what they want. So we're going to have a look at the zebras that have come over. So they were a little nervous from the wildebeest. And now they're all kind of getting up and moving around. I'm still trying to rack my brain for anywhere that you would find black and blue wildebeest together. I can't think of a single place, though. I really don't think you will, because they occur in completely separate areas. Their natural distribution is so different. But if I think of one, I'll definitely let you know. I mean, they are known to kind of hybridize. So if you had them in the same area, it's similar to zebras. You find mountain zebras in some places, plain zebras in others. But if you've got them both on the same property, you need to separate them because they can hybridize, they can interbreed. And then you've got a problem. Then you'll completely outbreed the mountain zebra, which is what you can see here. It would completely outbreed from the kind of strength and numbers of the plain zebra because there's so few mountain zebras left. I would assume it would be the same with blue and black wildebeest. Blue wildebeest would outnumber the black wildebeest and so eventually would completely be bred out. Because even if they do reproduce, I would imagine that those offspring... Actually, I wonder if those offspring would be sterile. I think they are. No, actually, they won't be. They will be fertile because they're subspecies. So it would actually just completely outbreed them anyway. You'd have a new subspecies of a mix of both, and you would no longer have any mountain zebra that are pure. Same would happen with black wildebeest. You'd no longer have any black wildebeest that are pure. He doesn't like that idea. Very vocal about it. The giraffe still hasn't gotten up. Now there's that eland. That's impressive. Everyone here is very relaxed other than the wildebeest, and then they kind of made some of the zebras and the warthogs unhappy, but now everyone's calmed down again. Oh, there we go. The zebras are starting to get active and playful at least. So that is fantastic. So this nice cool weather is hopefully going to give us some spectacular sightings. But for now, we'll send you over to Lisa on the dam cam. She's also got a very peaceful and relaxing scene.
Thank you, Tess, and good morning to yourself and Morgan. On your very fun-filled morning. I don't even want to imitate any animal noises anymore because that really made my day, I have to be honest. Very, very funny, the two of you together. I don't think Wild Earth should ever do that again. But glad you are having fun nonetheless. I have to be honest, that is a noise I've never heard either before, especially that high-pitched one that you guys imitated so well. But getting back to Djuma, we've got a Wahlbergs just perched on a tree, chilling out, doing its thing, and of course enjoying the cooler weather. And to be honest with you, I really was antsy in terms of sightings today. Because again, I mean, I talk about this every day, but it doesn't matter what the weather is, you really never know what to expect. But for me personally, I've often, the day exactly after rain, then it has been pretty quiet. But I have to say, Gowrie Dam is looking absolutely incredible. Let me just show you this magnificent scene. Look at this. There is so much water all around. The kingfisher has been having a ball. Dewey, our hippo, is also here. However, he's being shy as always. And then when you tend to sort of forget about Dewey, then he's like, I'm here. Look at my beautiful teeth. But how incredible is this dam looking? I'm so pleased with it. This is a first for me. Not in my life, but ever since monitoring the dam cam, this is definitely the fullest I've ever seen it. And it really just goes to show how incredible Mother Nature is and how much a little bit of rain can do for a waterhole, for the animals, the vegetation, absolutely everything, which is why I've been mentioning I really hope we get some proper rain again in Okokoyo. But today so far, if I'm not mistaken, we've had approximately 40 millimeters so far. And you can see it's still drizzling a little bit. So that might definitely still increase today. But rain is a pretty scary thing, especially in the bush. I don't know who of you follows Kruger on social media, but I know it has rained so much in Kruger. I know in Crocodile Bridge it's overstreaming. And if I'm not mistaken, between Lower Sabi and Skukuza, a part of the road has actually fallen away due to the rain. So just in one day, there has been so much change. Oh man, what a beautiful day it is turning out to be. All of the frogs calling, the kingfishers having an absolute party, Dewey being around. I am loving this. And it really is incredible, as I say, when there's been rain to see the changes in terms of behavior. For me personally, from from what I've seen in my guiding career, as soon as it's rained, the rangers also get some crazies and some giggles, which is, I think Tess might have that. Maybe she got some Juma vibes, and that is why they are in such a silly mood today. But no, definitely the animals as well, as she mentioned, you know, they get a burst of energy. I think they really do get excited about it. And can you imagine if we were here right now, just to smell everything, all of the new flowers, the grass, just absolutely everything, the actual rain. I really am getting very nostalgic looking at all of this right now. Oh, Dewey, stop playing games. Gosh. Alright, I'm going to scold Dewey. No, I really won't. I'll just try to negotiate with him, see if he can show us some teeth. But for now, I'm going to send you to Nick so we can see what he's looking at in Kariga.
Okay, welcome back to Kariga. We have now ventured further west and managed to locate our beautiful coalition of male lions. Be a nice little stretch there. Wow, how's that for timing? Absolutely incredible. So he's just flopped down just behind this other bush here. So he's now slightly out of view. But that was amazing to... Well, first of all, that timing was absolutely bang on. But it was amazing to see some interaction between them. So that was the dominant male who did get up there. And then obviously he just wanted to reposition. Maybe he wasn't... that little spot wasn't tickling his taste buds, and he thought he'd change spots, but it was amazing to see how he rubbed heads with his brother there, just reaffirming that bond between the two of them. Remember, the bond between the two of them is crucial to their success, and we've obviously talked about having this rain overnight, having this rain this morning. So yes, in the major scheme of things, that's not a temporary disruption, if you want to call it that, but it is a slight hardship that they have to go through. They're not lucky enough to have a roof over their head like us when a storm comes in. So just reaffirming that bond, and he's just gone and flopped down behind that shrub. I can just see some of the tawny color of him there. I can't really see him, but he is there. But I mean, how was that for timing, guys? That was unreal. I mean, when we first got him, he was lying down, then he sat up, and then he gave that beautiful stretch. Ugh. Paul, 100%. They are absolutely stunning lions. Beautiful genetics. Remember, they are still young, slightly over 4.5, so still young lions, but big, thick, full manes. Confident in themselves. Lovely lions to be able to see. So I was actually a little bit distracted when that lion stood up. So with all of the rain that we've had, the ground is very wet, so I was having a look around the vehicle. Wasn't expecting him to sit up out of the blue like that, and I had the camera pointed on him, but I was kind of just scanning around the vehicle to see if I could potentially see any tracks. Remember, we said they are beautiful males and they've got massive paws, and I was just having a quick scan around to see if there are any tracks, and I can see one or two. It's more a case of them being kind of slipping and sliding than perfect imprints in the ground. In terms of the direction, having a look where these tracks are coming from, it looks like they've come from behind me, so further south and west. So potentially they've been off on a territorial patrol there, or maybe even having a look to see if they could meet up with some of the females. Remember, there are 3 females. We have seen these 2 males with the young that's a tongue twister, with the one younger lioness. So I was chatting to some of the guides, and they were saying quite far south and west they did have tracks of these 2 brothers. So potentially they did venture deeper down into some of the valleys and the gorges and things like that, having a look to see if they could find any of the ladies. Whether they were successful or not is hard to tell. Something's caught his attention. What a beautiful lion. Look at that mane. Lovely, with the little splash of colour from those flowers behind him to the right. So this here, closer in, might be a beautiful portrait if he turned around to have a look at us. You know, obviously the way his body is positioned, you can see if I put the camera like that, it really is a good perspective here for the rule of the thirds, to give him space to look into the right third of the picture. You can see his limbs are almost like leading lines, leading your eye from his head down to his shoulders, and then down to those limbs and all the way across to the right hand side of the image. So that would be quite a nice sort of animal and environment shot. And then potentially, we were talking about if he did have to look at us, I'd maybe go in a little bit closer. Something like that there. And I would wait for him to have a look at me and go for that portrait type of shot. Down he goes again. Got himself a comfortable spot. Look at that, he's got his one front paw, his front left paw resting on his right paw there. That is a comfortable position. So you can use, in terms of your photography, you can use the vegetation and the other elements in the environment to focus on your subject. You can see how where I've positioned myself here, I've just got a little bit of that shrub front left hand side of where the other male has gone behind. But you can see in this case here, it's creating quite a nice effect here. It might be nice if we could get lower, but unfortunately that's not possible. We're not going to be getting out the car. Maybe if we could have a downslope to get us lower, that would be, prize number 1. But look how nice this effect is of having that blurred out bush in the foreground. In terms of f-stop, we're shooting at 5.6 here, so we're getting a good amount of this line in focus, going from his front paws to his head and the back of his hips there. But have a look at the top left hand side of the frame, how that's nicely blurred out there. So I feel like we've got a good balance of enough area in focus to show all of the detail of this lion, and kind of blurring it out in the background. We've got the shrub bottom left, blurring it out. So it's really leading our eye straight in towards this lion. What a lovely surprise to find these two males here. I can hear there are a few other birds that are starting to chirp in the background. So when I was driving across here having a look to see if I could find these lions, there was in the distance on the sort of the western hillsides and ridge lines a wall of rain that was coming in. So I thought we were going to be caught in another squall, but it has stayed away for the moment, which is lovely. That humidity that we talked about earlier has dropped off completely now, and it is getting a little bit cooler once again. So it is possible that there may be another little splash of rain coming in at some point in time. I think in terms of where this lion is lying now, this is the road that he's lying on, and I think it's quite a nice spot for him. Just as everywhere else is completely saturated with water, it's not as wet there. You can see it actually looks relatively dry there. So I think in terms of that exact position, that is why he is lying there, I would say. So we haven't seen these males in a few days, and like I was saying, I think that they've headed off to go and see if they could meet up with those females further far southwest from there. They've now done the contrary, and they have come all the way up onto the eastern side of their territory. So they've come right up to the edge of the reserve from here, just making sure that everything is fine, everything is safe. Obviously because of that, from time to time we may hear a passing vehicle or two. So if you do get that, that is just because they have come right up to the eastern part of their territory. And this is what lions have got to do. You know, they've got to go to all of these different spots to make sure it's safe. You know, they're probably going to be scent marking as they were going along here. So just to give you an idea of where we are. I would say that this male has probably been grooming himself quite a lot. I mean, look at that mane. There is no dirt in there. It doesn't even look like it's been raining. You know, he's cleaned himself up so well. There is a possibility that the two brothers could have groomed each other to get those, you know, really hard to get to spots. It's like I was saying, it's kind of rained pretty much the whole night. And you would expect his mane to kind of be a lot wetter. Secretly, I was actually kind of hoping that. My plan was to come and have a look for these lions and hopefully find them, which we have done. But what I was secretly hoping for was that the mane would actually be completely soaked with water, and that we might see them shaking their mane. You know, like a similar behavior to what a dog does. Not that I'm comparing a lion to a dog, but you know, that behavior of shaking their head to try and get all of that water out of the mane. I was really hoping to bring that to you guys today. But amazing that we've got these lions. And for this lion, happy days for him that his mane is clean and good condition, and he can take it easy and rest. I think obviously that rain that we've had has cleaned any dust out of the air. And it's not stifling hot as well, so it's not like there's flies that are bothering him. You can see there's a gentle flick of his tail every now and then, but it's not like he's taking his paws and swatting it against his face to get some of the flies off of his nose. It looks a little bit more peaceful today for him. Talking about flies, there's one that's bothered him now. A beautiful animal. Look at the contrast in the colours of the mane as well. Those yellowy colours closer to the throat, and then the darker colours further down by the chest there. Jacinta, thanks for the question. I think from here, if I was going for a close-in photo of the lion, of his sort of his head and his mouth, I'd reposition. I'd move a little bit forward and get this tree, or the shrub rather, out of the way, because if you're going for a close-in shot, that's going to be distracting. Where I am now, I've more gone for a sort of a wider out angle here, and we kind of described the process of my thinking of f-stops and blurring out backgrounds and foregrounds. So for the close-in shot for a portrait, I would maybe go a little bit forward to get this shrub out the way. Like I mentioned, if we could somehow get lower, that would be great, but in this situation, we can't. You can see behind him, the road does level down, it does go downwards. So if he did have to flip over, I would loop around and get onto the other side of him and shoot up the hill so we could be more eye level. And then I would really wait, hopefully, for him to roll all the way onto the top of his back with his paws up in the air. And with his mouth hopefully opening slightly just to get some of his teeth coming out. And go for a nice close-in sort of crop. So you can see here, just in terms of what we're talking about, if I have to zoom in like this here now, let's get the focus right. If I have to zoom in like that, I could get a little bit closer, but I don't want the camera to shake too much. You can see how that shrub bottom left is just too distracting when we're starting to go closer in like this now. You know, closer in, you must remember when we take a picture, we're trying to tell a story. And the story that we would potentially want to tell, shame those flies giving him a hard time again. The story that we would potentially try and tell there is the beautiful condition that this male is in, that he doesn't have lots of scars or scratches on his face, that nice pinkish color on his nose. So we would want all the focus going to his face. In terms of settings, you want to get as much of the area in focus as possible. So I would bump my f-stop up to about f8 to give me a nice bigger area to get everything in focus. Because remember, you're not trying to blur backgrounds out then. So by going f8, you know you are 100% getting everything in focus. Overcast conditions like this today, the lighting is not so bright. My ISO, I'd maybe be looking to shoot around ISO 800, maybe ISO 1000. And then with that close in crop, because he's not moving around too much, your shutter speed doesn't need to be too high. But you want it to be fast enough to ensure that there's going to be no movement in terms of even wind blowing whiskers or anything like that. So I'd maybe look to shoot this at like a 500th of a second or 400th of a second. Could go even faster if you like, but I wouldn't go too much slower than that. just to be sure. Oh, he just gave a deep exhale. I think he's quite happy with himself now that he's potentially chased that fly off.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I'm shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Oh, here comes the rain. Okay, he has gone into the bush. We're going to take you across to Lisa in Okukuyo.
Woo, Nick, grab your umbrella. That lion was also like, nope, I'm out. That's it for me, thank you. Thank you for coming, I'm leaving. That rain really came out of nowhere. But as you can see, on the other side of the world, not completely the world of course, just in Namibia, it is a beautiful and sunny day. We did have a couple of Abdom storks. When I say a couple, it was probably like 30, I would estimate. But they have taken off and hopefully they come back, because there has been some soaring in the skies above us. So I really do hope we see that massive flock again today. But for now, we've got some zebras. Woohoo! Now I can't do the actual vocalization of zebras. That whoop 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 whoop. I can't do that properly. Rolf does it very good. I can only do the like a horse. But of course, these are also one of our favorite animals that we get to see in Okukoyo. For me at least. But I have not seen a foal in quite some time. I have no idea how my black fluffy foal is doing. hopefully one of these days these animals will just check in with us again and say, hello, we are all still safe, all right, we're leaving again. But this is what happens. They move around. There's things that encourage them to go to different other areas. Perhaps food, water, even reproduction purposes. But hopefully they come down for a drink, and I really do long for the days where we used to see like 60, 70 zebras. And that's not me over-exaggerating, counting them. Myself and FC would always challenge one another. If they all came to the water, we'll like quickly try and count them, and easily groups of like 60, 70. Then you've also got oryxes, blue wildebeests, springbok, impalas, and every now and again elephants checking in as well. So these really are the times that we have to be grateful for absolutely anything and everything that we see in all of our locations, not just here in Ikokoyo. But we really have had a beautiful day so far. I don't know about you guys, but I really have enjoyed absolutely everything we've seen. It really has been a beautiful day. So after Tess and Morgan's, I don't even know what we call that, imitation giggle session, I thought I'm not just going to, sort of make the sounds for you and then ask you what they are. What we can do, if you like, you can send me an animal noise or a bird call, and then I can play that for you, because I don't know if I'll be able to upstage Tess and Morgan. They were really funny on a different level when it came to their animal noises of the black wildebeests. But let me know. Perhaps I can try to imitate an animal noise for you. But hopefully that won't be necessary. Hopefully you can just listen to all of them do it naturally. Or if there is anything else you want to know or learn or discuss, please do get in touch with us. I nearly had a heart attack there. I got very excited. I thought we are looking at a black impala. It is just a shadowed impala. That was very disappointing. That was fairly disappointing. I got very excited there for a moment. You can see the head of a springbok in the background as well, just peeking out. Whew. I literally thought that was a black impala. Oh, Nadine, one of our directors, is saying she would like to hear the call of a bee eater. Which one? There are so many. Alright, let's do the European bee eater, but I'm not going to even try to imitate it. I will play you the bird call, as this is of course fitting. We do see them from time to time here in Okokoyo. It is now the season for them to be around. But Nadine, this one is for you. This is what a European bee eater sounds like. Of course, that was the call of the European bee eater. It's like a... That is the best I can do in terms of imitating that one for you. I'm not as good as I am... I'm not so good with bird calls as I am with animal calls, I think. That being said, I'm probably going to regret saying that. I mean, the only ones I can really do is like a helmeted guinea fowl and perhaps a woodlands kingfisher and a Varu eagle owl. But other than that, it's rather limited for me in terms of my actual skills when it comes to bird calls. In terms of doing them myself, of course. But let me know, perhaps there's one you would like me to to try and do for you. Or if you have any other questions about these beautiful animals, about this awesome location, you are more than welcome to send those through. To come to the water or not to come to the water? That is the question, my dear friends. We would like it if you come over. Woo! Ha 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 ha. What noise is that? No, of course, it's the lesser spotted Homo sapien we can hear in the background. Just some of Okokoyo's visitors. I just want to see what these zebras are going to do. Now this is not the same as Tess had earlier on. This is the Burchell zebra. And as we know, zebras tend to form harems, but they do have bachelor groups as well. And this is a rather feisty animal. I remember I very naively once volunteered to help raise a baby zebra for a day, because it was abandoned by its mother and it got out of the reserve, and someone actually found it walking on a random road in the Waterbirds where I was working. And this is years ago when I just started guiding. So the area where you also find the rhino orphanage, they actually took the zebra in, but obviously with the condition of it's not permanent, it's just to sort of, keep the zebra alive. And I have never in my life come across a more feisty baby animal than a baby zebra. He was so vicious and like constantly wanting to bite everything and kick everything, and as I say, that was a first for me and definitely a last. Just bear with me. I just want to see if we can see that bird of prey that just flew past. I think it's the same one that was teasing us yesterday. I will definitely keep my eyes peeled, but every now and again it just sort of photobombs and then takes off and doesn't perch anywhere for me to find it and actually ID it. This one also different to what Tess saw. Tess had the black wildebeest making that very odd noise. This one is the blue wildebeest, the much more common one you'll see. Really in all of our locations, I would say. They are also called the brindled gnu's, and that is due to the noise they make, which is like a And apparently that is where their name comes from. The babies have a much cuter pitch when they actually call for their mothers or when there's danger around, which is more like a no, that is not very accurate. I'm not gonna try that one again. But a fairly common species to see in Africa, this one. And for me personally, in my guiding career, probably one of the most preyed upon animals. I actually just want to scan the sky. I just want to see if those Upton storks are coming in again. As I say, they do take off, but then they sort of stick around. And then they all come in at once, just so that we can be prepared. So I apologize for looking at the beautiful sky. I just want to have a look. So that we can be prepared. Preparation is key. It's not always possible when it comes to wildlife. It definitely does help. Nothing yet. Alright, that's fine. We shall wait for them very patiently. Here they come. Dum, da, da, dum. It's the small things that make me happy. I really have been spoiled ever since I started at Wild Earth. I just took it for granted that this waterhole was filled with animals every day. They were even getting into the actual waterhole, from the oryxes to the black rhinos to, of course, the elephants coming for their swims. Nowadays, I just get excited when they approach the water. As I've mentioned a couple of times, they are getting so much moisture and nutrients from the actual vegetation, so it's not necessary to constantly come for water. Plus, there's most probably some puddles in the tree line, beyond the waterhole and the rest of the park, so they do not constantly have to come to the pub to get a drink. We'll get back to those zebras now. I just want to see if those birds that flew past us now have perhaps gone into the tree to perch. I have no idea what they were. They were very quickly, or they flew very quickly past us. Brandon, you would like to know if it's possible for trees to grow out of the waterhole. Not really, no. I assume you're referring to, if you've probably seen like massive water holes and lakes with trees in them. Those are most probably, like for me personally, I remember at my previous reserve, there was a lot of water holes with dead leadwoods in them. Now, in those cases, for me personally, again, this is just from what I've personally seen, it was trees that were obviously there before there was an actual massive filled up water hole, because water holes do expand over time, remember that. Due to elephants, buffaloes, rhinos, all of those animals excavating a water hole. So a water hole, when you see it today, is much bigger than it would have been a couple of years ago when it initially started. And that's man-made and natural water holes. But then there would have been a tree in that, and then animals like elephants and other animals would sort of damage the bark. Eventually, years and years and years and years and years later, that tree would have then died. And then as that water hole expands, then it can of course fill up with water, and then you'll still have those trees in the actual water hole. Like right now at Gowrie Dam, we have trees in the actual water hole, but it's not always like that. It's due to the water hole that expands and then fills up as well. In terms of actual, do you mean like from start to finish, or what exactly do you mean? Because of course, you know, vegetation can grow in water, but an actual tree from start to finish, I don't think that would be possible if that water hole is constantly filled up. That being said, I hope that answers your question. If it did not, I apologize. You're more than welcome to ask me again, then I will try it from a different angle. But that truly is the fascinating thing when, you know, when rainfall does come, specifically as we've seen at Gowrie Dam now, of course. It really changes everything, absolutely everything. But something specifically like a leadwood trees, those are very, very, very heavy trees, and so they are well rooted. So even after they've actually, you know, sort of perished due to elephants or whatever the case was, perhaps it got struck by lightning, they are very difficult to actually remove. And that is why you'll often see the iconic scenes of Africa with these beautiful dead trees in the water holes. Come on, Dewey. Show us again. He just showed off his beautiful teeth. He is just behind the bush now. As he generally does. But as I was saying, this is most probably your best terrain for, well, really any terrain you find yourself in, whether it's a location such as Ukokoyo, which is a bit more vast and open and dry, or, you know, bushveld area like this in Djuma. Really anywhere. In terms of vegetation, in terms of the bush needing that rain, this is the best type of rain, because this is enough all at once, but it's actually allowing, you know, the soil to soak it in. Whereas when you have those heavy rains, almost like Nick had earlier on, that sort of, I mean, it's good. I'm not saying it's not at all good, but for the most part, you know, that creates a lot of erosion, that washes away a lot of the soil and the roads and everything. It doesn't actually have time to properly soak into the soil and rejuvenate everything. So this is brilliant, and it doesn't look like much, but believe me, if you have a full day of rain like this, it really does make a difference, as we've seen here at Gowrie Dam, just from yesterday to today. Dewey, stop teasing us. But it's so amazing to hear all of the birds and all of the crickets and everything that is just, of course, loving this weather. And yesterday or the day before, I can't really remember, you know, I touched a little bit on natural disasters and Mother Nature in itself, and rain for me personally is such an incredible thing. I remember this was 2 years ago, but I was at my best friend's house in Johannesburg, and it was New Year's, and I promise you, in a matter of 2 hours, it rained 180, which is shocking, absolutely shocking. The whole wall washed away, the room was flooded, the whole house was flooded. So just to be able to see what it does to nature as well, and for the animals and for the actual water holes. But don't get me wrong, it can be quite scary as well. I know I've been in the Sabi Sand specifically, where we couldn't go home. You know, after visiting my family, we couldn't actually get home for like 3 days because the roads were washed away. You couldn't get through this one dip just with a normal vehicle. So we tend to underestimate Mother Nature, but she really is a very powerful thing. Mandy, you would like to know if hippos are territorial animals. Oh, solitary. My apologies. Our comms are not fantastic today. I think the weather is affecting us as well. So, Mandy, in terms of hippos, they can be solitary. Your males are very territorial, like Dewey, for instance. He's a territorial male, and sometimes we see him in Gowrie Dam, sometimes we see him in Twin Dams or Treehouse Dam. They definitely move around and mark their territory, and then they also find females to mate with. So generally, for the most part, you'll find, especially in your bigger water holes, you can find pods of hippos. But again, that can vary. My previous game reserve that I guided on, there was actually part of the Limpopo River running through the reserve, and sometimes you would drive there and you would see like 30 hippos odd together, and then other days you would get there and there's like just 5 hippos. So different pods do join up, like a lot of other animals. You know, zebras, if they go to a water hole, you'll have different harems. But they can be solitary. You can definitely find a hippo all by himself, like Dewey. For the most part, we see him by himself. But then they do meet up and mate with females. They do also fight with other males when their territory has been overstepped, or when they are perhaps overstepping territory and, you know, challenge that male then. But it really does differ everywhere you go, from private game reserves to national parks. But they are very fascinating animals nonetheless. The babies are absolutely adorable. But interestingly enough, with hippos, they just gestate for about 8 months. And then, of course, the baby will be under the mother's protection. But the other day, I saw a horrific video. I'm not even sure where the footage was from. But it was a hippo that had come to a new water hole, and he fought with that male that was having territory there. And then he soon discovered that, oh, there's a baby here. And he literally picked the baby up and he snapped it in half. I know, that's horrible. But it's those sort of things do happen. You know, animals will definitely do whatever they need to defend their areas as well. We're just scanning around just to see if anything else is around, and then we'll get back to Dewey, the hippo, and see if he is still in the water, perhaps showing off his teeth. So I do apologize for any additional noises you hear. I think that's just water dripping on the actual camera itself. I think this camera is not so used to this much rain in one go, at least recently. But we can hear the painted reed frog in the background. We can hear some locusts stridulating with their wings. Of course, our kingfisher, as always, being very, very vocal. Not just one, but a couple of them. I think they are having an absolute feast because of all of the creepy crawlies coming out. But this is just... I've been chatting to the Zoomies as well, and we're all so shocked about the amount of rain we've had in just this little bit of time from yesterday. Think about yesterday. There wasn't this much rain. There wasn't this much water. We were still looking for leopard in the drainage line, where now there's a lot of water. I wouldn't think a leopard would want to be there now. And frogs are always very, very good indicators of your ecosystem's condition, or perhaps a certain water hole, whatever you are at that moment analyzing. But frogs won't live where it's dirty and where there's bacteria and things like that. Of course, they breathe through their skin. So when they are in fact around a water hole or in and around the area, you know that's definitely a healthy ecosystem for the animals. But specifically if it's rain season and you don't hear frogs in one particular... What was that? In one particular area. I wonder what that was. Ooh, that beautiful yellow flower we've got. That is a wild hibiscus, which is something you'll also just see in the summertime. So this is your typical example of a tree that has been debarked. And eventually the bark will, break away bit by bit by bit. And of course rain, that moisture and the tree being damp, that will definitely contribute to the to the tree becoming completely naked. Daniel, you are saying these sounds are very soothing. I definitely agree with you. It is so peaceful. I almost feel like I don't want to talk at all, because it's when you actually study field guiding, one of the important things, or one of the first things they teach you, is if you can't beat the beauty of nature's noises and all of that, don't say anything at all. And I feel it is definitely the case today. There's so much going on with the frogs calling and the insects and the birds. And of course, just the scenery in itself. Seeing how full Gowrie Dam is, seeing that it's still being filled up by this light drizzle. I feel like this is definitely a very good therapy session. I'm just waiting, as we scan around for just to, in one of these bushes, see a very sad looking leopard just trying to get some shelter. But the animals are so well adapted by now. They know where to go, they know how to hide. Even the lions. There's not much that they can do, they can't get out their umbrella and do a rain dance. But they definitely, especially your predators, they aren't fond of it, so where they can, they'll try to sort of seek shelter as much as they can. Your leopards, often you'll find them in very, very dense trees. And if you are just joining us now, welcome to Escape to Nature. We are currently in the very rainy Djuma in the Sabi Sand. And we are at Gowrie Dam, just scouting around to see if we can see some birds or anything of interest. It has been a super morning. We have had some lions with Nick and Kariga. Myself, we have had Dewey here at Gowrie Dam, some general game in Ukukoyo. Tess and Morgan have been on a giggling mission in Amakala with some black wildebeests and giraffes. And overall, it has just been spectacular this morning, with some great animal interactions, some great noises and sounds as you can hear right now. And remember, if you are only joining us now, we are live and we are interactive. So please do send through your questions, your comments, anything you might like to know or like to add or have us look for. Definitely do send those through for us. We've actually even seen some catfish earlier on that were just in the shallow ends of the water, so trying to sort of excavate some of the mud so they can get some new food as well. It really is just incredible what rain can do. It provides new food for the birds, for the fish, for predators. Right about there we saw some catfish just sort of splashing around, obviously just trying to excavate some of the mud. I got very excited. I had no idea what I was looking at, but then my good assistant Rusty, who you'll meet in just a little bit, he actually pointed out to me. Alrighty, I'm going to send you to Amakhala. Keep an eye on the beautiful Gowrie Dam along with the help of our zoomies. But for now, let's go to Amakhala.
So we are back down on the southwestern section of Amakhala Game Reserve. It's one of the sections that's got quite a lot of big open patches, and the section where the three amigos, the young male cheetahs, have been hanging out recently. Now, we heard a little rumor via the radio grapevine that they managed to make a kill. Unfortunately, they have finished it, and now we have got some very fat, very, very lazy cheetahs having a nap in the open area, not too far away from where the carcass was. And it looks like they are so much happier and less active than they have been in the last few days. And you can imagine why. They've been looking for food, and finally they managed to come right. From what we can tell, it was a baby red hartebeest, because there was one lone adult hartebeest female hanging around in the area of the carcass, and so I think they may have gotten her calf. And she's still waiting around to see what's going on. The rest of the herd has left her. But how beautiful to see, hello boy, did you lift your head for us? How beautiful to see these cheetahs with such big round bellies. Definitely a first for me. A first. Absolutely brilliant. Now the others are hiding in the thickets, so we can clearly see one, and you can kind of see either the tail or the leg of another one. We're watching at a distance of probably 150 meters. They're quite far into the block. Oh, we can kind of see the rump of the other one. But you can see most distinct of everything is that rounded belly that just catches your eye. It looks like a termite mound surrounded by some spots. So this, I'm sure, has made the cheetahs incredibly happy, and so for the next few days, I don't think they're going to be moving very far. I think they're going to stick around this area. There's water close by. There's a water trough that's filled up with the rain, an old windmill, I believe. And so they've got water, they've got shelter, they've got open areas, and they can just rest and rest and rest while their bodies work hard at digesting all of that red meat. Now, I'm used to seeing them really flat on super hot days. It's still cold. We're still getting patches of rain. It's nice and cool. Now they're just in a bit of a food coma.
Noel said these cheetah were successful on the kills.
Okay. Thank you very much, Morgan. Noel, it does look like they're becoming incredibly successful with their kills, which is really exciting. That being said, it does take a good couple of misses in between kills before they actually get it right. So we know that this has been happening yesterday. I can't get my words out. Yesterday alone, they chased red hartebeest, probably the same herd that they were successful with this morning, and warthogs. And then they moved off and we lost view of them. So we know that they've been chasing things around for at least the last week, and finally they've managed to take something down and actually be able to feed substantially enough that they've got these huge bellies, which I'm not used to seeing on a cheetah. So cheetahs are normally chased off of a carcass so quickly that they just have a slight bulge. But here, they've got a little bit of an advantage because I don't think the brown hyenas are active at the moment. They're more active at night. And there aren't any lions close by, and there are no spotted hyenas here in the last few years. So they didn't have to move off of the kill very quickly. They actually got time to eat most of it, which is awesome, awesome news. It means they're going to grow up into very big, strong, strapping cheetah boys. I'm excited. Hey boy, did you hear all those compliments and you lifted your head? So I'd love to see the three of them moving in this condition, just to see how low those bellies really will hang. I've never seen an incredibly full cheetah in my life until today. Almost 29 years of going on safari later, and I've never seen an incredibly full cheetah until now. That is awesome. So many firsts on this trip. So the cheetah almost looks like he's looking back in the direction of where the carcass is, kind of down to the left. It's probably a few hundred meters away from where we are now. It's over at the next set of crossroad junctions. And I think he's mostly just listening, to be honest. He looks like his eyes are closed, got his mouth a bit open to cool him down, but mostly just listening, making sure there's nothing else coming. Beautiful morning for these beautiful boys to be out.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
So everybody's kind of gone flat again. We're just seeing some tails. I wonder how long they'll stay out in the open in the rain. Very well known to be the fastest land mammal. Doesn't look like now. Tank, I somehow doubt that these cheetahs are going anywhere, let alone after another kill. It looks like they're going to be flat here for the rest of the day until they decide they need water, or unless the sun comes out and they look for shade. The reason I don't think they would necessarily go for another kill is because cheetahs rely on speed, so unless something literally popped up right next to them and they could just quickly hop up and grab it and didn't really have to cover distance or gather speed, they're just too full and too heavy now to move that fast. It takes so much energy to have those bursts of speed, and that's their main hunting tactic, outrun the prey, and I just think they're too round to be able to do that now, a bit too heavy. They would obviously be able to cover distance quite quickly if they were under threat. That's a bit of a different story. That's 100% survival of the fittest. At the moment, they don't need to pack their bellies with anything more. In fact, I'm sure there's still meat on that carcass that they could have eaten, but cheetahs are a bit smaller, so they require less food than leopards and lions. They don't have to stash it for days and keep going back. They can gorge themselves and leave because they physically can't fit anything else in. So they kind of have to keep that balance of you have to eat enough that it keeps you going for a few days, but not so much that you physically can't get away from other animals. So I don't think they'd hunt again, but there's always an exception to the rule. If a little scrub hare or something pops up there, I think it might be the end for the scrub hare. But you might find that's even more instinct than needing another kill. They might just do it for fun, because cats are intrigued by that motion and by practicing their hunting skills. For them, it's a game, and the best way to learn is to play those games. So it might just be a matter of, oh, that's fascinating, what is it? And then not actually eating it. But in all seriousness, these are currently the slowest cheetahs on the planet. They're just too round to go anywhere. Literally the most movement we have seen has been lifting a head and flicking a tail. It's just too energy expensive to do anything else. Red meat is hard to process. It makes you sleepy. Your stomach has to work extra hard to get through all of that protein. So this is kind of their content, happy place. I hope I'm going to get this name right. Morgan's already got that cheeky look on his face. Blackhoon, I think. So yes, I suppose it is possible for a cheetah to overheat during an intense chase. I think it's more likely that their heart would go into overdrive and they would have a heart attack. I think that's definitely more likely because that heart rate shoots up to, it can be as high as 250 beats per minute. That is insanity. That is ridiculous. It's more than 4 beats per second. So think about how fast that is. And I suppose if it's incredibly hot and they're running after something and the chase goes on longer than expected, or maybe they're a slightly older cheetah or not in the best health, it's always possible for them to have heart conditions as well. That could definitely cause a bit of a problem, and that could easily cause something like a heart attack. So yes, that's definitely possible. I have heard of cheetahs overheating, and what it normally means is they just go and lie under a bush and they just pant and pant and pant and pant, and it takes forever for them to cool back down. It really does take a lot out of them just on a normal day. So on a very hot day, it's going to take that bit more. So it's always possible. Whether it's always that causes the issue, though, I don't actually know. Cheetahs are actually incredibly prone to kidney failure, so they're probably more likely to die from kidney failure than they are from heart attacks or overheating. It's just a weak spot for cheetah gene pools, unfortunately. But they are quite accustomed to running at those speeds. They train for it their whole lives every time they play. And so they are fit and healthy enough to do that. If a lion had to try and keep up with the same speed over the same distance, a lion would struggle almost immediately. It wouldn't be possible for a lion to get to that speed. But if they were pushed to that extent, you would probably find lions would fade a lot more quickly than cheetahs would, and might die from an instance like that. If you haven't seen it, you should actually go and have a look. It's very common, especially in places like East Africa. It also gets really hot. When cheetahs are hunting and it's really hot and they manage to take something down, sometimes it takes so long for them to cool back down that they spend so long panting in the shade next to the carcass that they don't even get to eat by the time vultures or other predators have come in and pushed them off. So you can imagine how exhausting that would be to actually be successful, physically not be able to eat because you're so exhausted and need to quickly build up some more energy. And in that time frame, you lose the carcass and you have to start the whole process all over again. So it can be very tough for cheetahs out here. It's one of the reasons why their survival rate is a lot lower than a lot of the other predators. They're just not as strong. It's also part of the reason why they're endangered. They just don't survive as well when there are other predators around. But there's a lot of videos showing cheetahs after a hunt taking ages and ages to recover if it's been a particularly hot day. We've almost got a monkey's wedding here, Morgan. It's raining, but there's kind of sun trying to poke out in some places. It's not quite golden light, though. So it's not quite a monkey's wedding yet. But luckily, it's not as cold as it was this morning. We've at least taken off a layer. But it is now raining, so it's going to cool down substantially again. That is one thing with the weather here. It gets incredibly humid when there's been rain. Adds a lot of moisture to the air, and then as soon as it gets hot again, which it is actually supposed to get hot this afternoon, I believe, for a short space, it's going to be really, really humid because there's so much moisture here and it just doesn't have anywhere to go. And that the cheetahs will struggle with too. They struggle with humidity. But any animal would struggle with humidity. Even birds trying to fly will struggle with humidity. Okay, so we're just going to wipe the front of the camera because the rain is coming in at a bit of an angle. Such a sterling job, Morgan. Thank you. For now, I really feel like these cheetahs have decided this is going to be the spot for the next week. They're so fat. I don't know if you can see the rain droplets. It's quite hard to see. The rain that we get here a lot of the time, so we get these really massive thunderstorms and then these kind of almost flash flood events. And then we get days like this where it changes in intensity, but the rain is kind of constantly there in the background. At the moment it's still light, but it looks like it's going to get worse because there's dark clouds literally all around us. So I think what's going to happen is they stay as small droplets, which is really interesting to me. The weather here is a little different. It's a bit more subtropical. They stay as small droplets, but they fall with such intensity that if you put your hand out or if I put my glasses out for 10 seconds, if even that, completely soaked. Every surface, everything is completely soaked. It's like this fine but very intense level of moisture. And it just soaks everything down to the bones. I'm sure if that starts happening, these cheetahs are going to up and move fast. If that rain starts coming, they're going to get undercover as soon as they can. just like we would have to. But for now, luckily, it's just that really nice light rain. Oh, I can hear jackals in the background, but I think far too far for you to hear. Probably getting excited, sharing the news that maybe there's a carcass they can feed on. And they'll be happy with this rain too. The nice thing with this kind of light rain is that it cools everything down. So the birds become more active. The insects can still fly around and move in this, so that attracts the birds. The predators can be more active, and in general, you'll find animals have more energy. They are more playful. So it always makes for an interesting day when you've got some nice light rain just to cool everything down and just take that edge off. So what I would like to do a little bit later, since these cheetahs are looking very lazy, if they stay like that and the rain doesn't intensify, I don't think they're going to move. I really don't. I think you might just see the occasional head lift or a tail flick or something, which is fun to stick around and watch. Maybe some jackals might come and investigate, which might wake them up a bit. But later on, once we've spent a decent chunk of time with these boys, I would like to go and have a look at that carcass, if we can get close to it, just to see if there's anything feeding on it, if we can confirm what species it was, how much is left, just to get a better idea of how much these cheetahs have actually eaten. What did it take for them to get to this size? Was it the entire carcass? Was there still quite a bit left? How fresh is it? So what kind of time did they hunt? These are all really important things to know when you're looking at conservation and particularly ecology. The more we know, the better we can do. So it really helps to kind of formulate that entire picture, to have all of that information and kind of draw it together and go, okay, so they're actually hunting later in the morning, not earlier in the morning. That's interesting. Oh, so they're not finishing the whole carcass. They're giving up at 50% or 75% or 25% because they've eaten enough. They're going for more of this species than that species. Granted, that's based on opportunity, but often they develop a favorite taste. They develop a specialty in hunting, like certain lion prides will only go for giraffes, for example, or majority go for giraffes. So it would be interesting to see if there are any patterns with these cheetahs that would be developing, because they're still so young, they're still finding their feet. So this is a really important and crucial time for us to be looking at all of those little details, putting all the puzzle pieces together and creating a bigger picture, all for the better understanding and conservation of the species and how we interact with them too. Tammy, cheetahs abandon hunts all the time. Because they can only keep up their speed for such a short distance, what ends up happening is, especially for young cheetahs like these three males, they are not as experienced as, for example, their mother would have been. So for them, it's very much a process of trial and error, and it's going to be more error than success at this point. They don't get close enough before they're spotted. They run anyway, they use up their energy, they have to abandon the hunt because they physically can't keep up anymore over an extended distance. They have to rest, rebuild their energy, and try again. And that's literally how these cheetahs will be learning. It's how any predator learns, through trial and error. And there's a lot of abandoned hunts like that. So they will absolutely abandon the hunting process as soon as it becomes too energy expensive. They'll also abandon it if they've been spotted very early on and there's no point in even trying. So they might stalk but not actually get to the point of running at something or chasing it because they've been spotted. Or perhaps they'll abandon it because other animals are coming through, bigger animals that are dangerous, something like eland chasing them off, or even a herd of buffaloes or elephants, perhaps the lions or a brown hyena. So There's very, very many factors that all contribute into this interconnected web of why they would abandon a hunt. And if they are successful and manage to kill, they could actually even abandon a kill quite easily if they get pressure from anything. It could be if they're not habituated to vehicles and a vehicle comes up, they might take that as a threat and move off. Luckily, these three are habituated, and so they don't do that. But if you drove the vehicle straight up to them, like you shouldn't be doing, then absolutely they would have to move off. But of course, we don't want to ever do anything like that. You don't ever want to intentionally drive at an animal to chase it off. But it could also be from pressure of vultures, from too many crows, from a big pack of blackback jackals, from lions, from brown hyenas, anything that could come up to that carcass and try and take it from them. They are weaker, so they will have to move off. I've seen many a cheetah abandon a kill because of vultures. 3 big vultures against a cheetah. It doesn't sound like a lot, but vultures are much bigger than we think they are. The Cape vulture stands pretty much as tall as a cheetah, so they've got to be quite careful what they do. And so there's very many reasons why they might abandon a kill or a hunt, and it all just depends on where they are and what's around them at the time. I mean, just in the last week alone, we've seen them abandon I don't know how many hunts. The one they were chased off by eland, the other one chased off by the stallion zebra. They've been, warthogs yesterday. They got their butts handed to them by a warthog. Just here on the same hill, in one of these thickets, in fact. They definitely lost the fight to that warthog. It ran away quite happily after it had pushed them off. I'm sure it would happen with gemsbuck, even hartebeest, all of these animals are more than capable of fighting back. So cheetahs, because naturally animals here literally cannot afford an injury, but cheetahs especially cannot afford a single injury that's long lasting. They will not put themselves in the position where they have the chance to get injured unless they're inexperienced, like these 3 going for the warthog yesterday. Silly move, but it wasn't a huge warthog, so more understandable. But they've learned from it and they'll hesitate before they go for warthogs again. But if they have a paw injury or even a tail injury, that severely, severely affects the speed that they can get to in hunting, their strength, because they don't have much strength, they rely on the speed. It affects their ability to change direction quickly, to hold on if they manage to catch something. It will completely ruin their chances of ever hunting successfully again. There's very rare instances where a cheetah has recovered from something like a broken paw or a tail bitten off. There's very rare instances of that actually happening. They just can't cope as well, especially if they've been born normal and grown up normal and then have a traumatic injury. It's a problem. It's a little different if they're born with a deformity like a lack of tail or something like that, which has happened. And then they just don't know any different and they adapt from the get-go. But it's very difficult to adapt under traumatic circumstances. Luckily for them, I suppose, being a coalition of 3, that really helps. Because even if one is injured, because we know one of them has a limp on one of the back legs, the other 2 can hunt. And he can just join in. Luyanda, I love this question. Wow, thank you so much for joining and thank you for asking. So yes, cheetahs are absolutely capable of climbing trees. They do prefer to go for slightly shorter trees, preferably with some low-hanging horizontal branches, and if they can, a bit of a slanted trunk as well makes it a bit easier. They are not nearly as good as leopards or even lions at climbing trees, but they definitely do use them to their advantage. So I've seen cheetahs climb trees a few times, and almost every time it was part of their scent marking mission. So as a cheetah was busy scent marking, or even a coalition, I've seen 3 cheetahs in one tree before. Scent marking, so they defecate, they urinate, they walk along the pathway where they're scent marking, and then they climb up into a tree and kind of look around to see what's around them, and then they carry on their mission of scent marking. They might even use it for hunting, a bit of a height advantage. But they don't do it very often, and it has to be a very specific build of tree. They wouldn't be able to just climb up a guarri bush or a massive marula tree. They tend to go for much lower ones, so anything that's kind of a broken tree, or maybe it's got a really, really low-hanging branch somewhere just a few meters off the ground, as opposed to one of those spectacular jackalberries you'd see in the Kruger Park. They do have a specific type they need to go for. They don't have retractable claws, so they can't use their claws the same way that a leopard does to grip and pull. And they're definitely not... They're pretty good at balancing because of the thick tail, but they're not as good at kind of holding that composure going vertically up a tree. They're much better at it when they're actually static on the branch, but going up and coming down can be quite a challenge. It is really cool to see, though. I don't think there are very many trees that they could climb here. Most of them are quite thick with thorns or vegetation or very close branches, so predominant trees in this area, which is literally what you can see here. There are no massive trees. There's sweet thorn, which is all of the very bright green ones with yellow flowers. There's white milkwood, which has these very thin, spindly little branches, all very closely clustered together. I mean, those will be your two main tree species that you find in this entire area. Milkwood and sweet thorn. Neither of those are climbable. Definitely not the sweet thorn. It's got too many thorns. And it wouldn't hold the weight of a cheetah or a leopard. But it's just not really a possibility here. I think, in fact, all of the cheetahs I've seen in trees have been in the Kruger Park, in the Lowveld area where there's nice big dead marulas and dead leadwoods and pushed over jackalberries.
Are you ready for the ultimate fireside chat? Join James, Lauren, Cedric, and special guest Byron Sarow as they pit some of Africa's iconic wild animals against each other. Who will be crowned the ultimate king of the jungle? Don't miss the incredible finale of our Safari Bowl weekend. Catch it live on February 11th.
Look at that belly. It's half the size of the cheetah. That must be easily half his body weight right now. That's very impressive. Oh. And there they go. Alright, so we're not going to rush off and move because we'll hopefully be able to see glimpses of them moving through the brush. If they are going towards the water source, it's out in the open, so we'll see them approaching it. For now, they might just be moving into the thicket. They might just be finding somewhere else to lie down, in which case we might not get another view. Or they might be going a completely opposite direction, which we can't see through the thicket. So it's just a patience game now. Patience, pants, super important. I'm hoping they're going towards the water. But it's very thick in there, so no matter where we reposition for now, we won't see them unless they pop out into a gap. It's like a solid wall. Oh, come on, boys. They've decided enough is enough. So, oh, I hear a jackal. Crippled king cheetahs definitely do exist. I have seen them in my lifetime, but never in the wild. I've only ever seen them in captivity. I don't know if I would classify it as an actual separate species. I would say it's a subspecies. It's literally just a mutation of the spot pattern turning into more of a combination spot and stripe pattern. It kind of looks similar to a civet, but in the bigger version. So there's these stripes down the back of the body, like almost along the spine, but then they do have stripes and little random splodges down the sides of their bodies, and then the normal spots as well here and there in between. So it's just, it's as though instead of having a paintbrush flicked at a wall and you get little spots, it kind of just morphed into, okay, a couple of them joined together and actually made some interesting looking splodges and stripes. But they definitely do exist. They are absolutely beautiful, but of course incredibly rare in the wild. And this is something that came up naturally. It's not something that was bred by humans. Initially, it came out as a natural mutation. People noticed the cheetah looked different, but was definitely still a cheetah. They're definitely capable of breeding with normal cheetahs. They're just like these ones, except their markings are a bit different. So it occurred naturally as a mutation, much like you find zebras that are often brown or black in color with white spots. I don't know if you've ever seen those. If you haven't, have a look. There are some very interesting pictures of black zebras with white spots instead of white zebras with black stripes or black zebras with white stripes. It's just a mutation. And then what happened was obviously people started seeing the value in this as being a real rarity. And so then people started actively breeding king cheetahs. They took them out of the wild and started breeding them in captivity as a kind of valuable item, if you want to put it that way. It's great for educational purposes if it's done ethically, but obviously that does pose a few issues as well. Very controversial topic, I suppose. I like those meaty, controversial topics. Having worked at a cheetah breeding foundation, it's something that's always fascinated me. I suppose there's a very fine line between ethical and not, and how you decide what's what. But anyway, it seems like these cheetahs are either moving in the opposite direction and we can't see them, or they've settled down, which is fine. We'll play the patience game for a bit longer. But this is what we mean when we say if an animal doesn't want to be seen, it won't be. If we had driven past now, there is not a chance we would have spotted a cheetah. Absolutely no way, unless we saw one get up or move into the thicket. They just don't want to be out in the open right now. And so leopards and cheetahs are probably two of the best animals with doing this, but even elephants do this. Lions as well. All of the animals out there, if they don't want to be seen, they can be literally 100 meters away from you. They can be 5 meters away from you and you won't see them. It's just this incredible adaptation, this capability that they have that humans are absolutely useless at, or most humans anyway. We are not capable at hiding ourselves very well. And this is part of the reason why animals are so successful at living in the wild. I think people would have a real struggle with it in the modern day and age. But this is how cheetahs are successful. Look how hidden they are. You can't even see one. Unreal. So at this point, we'll kind of wear the patient's pants a bit longer. If they don't come out, I think I want to go and have a look at that carcass, and then if we can actually get close to it, that would be great. But if not, that's fine too. And then we can always come back and see if maybe the cheetahs have made their way to the water source. Alright, let's see what plays out here. Hopefully the patient's pants are long enough. For now, they will send you over to Lisa in Okukuyo to see what's happening in Namibia.
Cuties, you won't believe it. We had one oryx, and I got so excited because I haven't seen oryx, me personally. I think it's been 2 months, if I'm not mistaken. And I got so excited because it literally got into the water and everything, but sadly has moved off. But we've still got some springbok lamb and some zebras and just some of this general game that are around. So we do also have a zebra foal. It's not a nunu, as I like to call them, but definitely a foal from this season. Rusty just pointed out to me. And if you're wondering who is this Rusty I'm referring to, you will meet him in a little bit, so don't stress too much about it. You will definitely hear the voice behind the assistants. And you can see our wildebeest just here to the bottom of your screen. So there are definitely way more springbok around than we had earlier this morning, of course. Even more wildebeest, can you believe it? But I am so bummed out. I missed out on showing you that beautiful oryx. Of course, nature waits for no one. And it was brief, I will be honest. He literally just came into the water, cooled off, and then took off again. But hopefully we'll have another one or a couple that comes again later today. Of course, oryxes are the national animal of the country we are currently in, which is Namibia. I myself am in South Africa, but I mean the camel we are currently observing is in Namibia, in the beautiful Etosha National Park, and this waterhole specifically is referred to as the Okukuyo waterhole. And just to keep you posted in terms of what's happening at Gowrie Dam, the rain has subsided a little bit for now. But I'm sure you've seen on many a safari with us at Wild Earth that if it is rain season, you can expect it at any time. And so can we, here right now at Okokoyo. It doesn't seem like it, but you never know. Hopefully this afternoon we'll have some dark, ominous clouds pulling in and providing some rain for us. But for now the animals seem to be appreciating the heat, and as I mentioned this morning, hopefully that will have some animals come to us at the waterhole, and it has. So I'm not at all complaining. It has been a wonderful day. And in fact this morning I did say I'm not having any expectations. Anything we see and hear and observe will be an absolute bonus. But remember, this is a live and interactive safari. We would love to hear from you. If you have any questions about the animals, perhaps about Okokoyo or any of our other locations, perhaps about the naturalists, you're more than welcome to ask us. And just to join with what Tess was talking about in terms of the cheetahs, she actually mentioned she's never seen them drinking before. I have not seen cheetahs in so long. I cannot tell you, in terms of, seeing them in the wild, I think for myself it's probably been a good 4 years since I last saw cheetahs in the wild. I've seen them in rehabilitation centres a bit more recent than that. But they do occur here in Etosha. It is not something we have seen here though at Okokoyo, but hopefully one of these days we'll get a surprise. Alrighty, so when you return to us at the waterholes, you are going to be hearing a different voice, and his name is Rusty. But for now, before all of that happens, I'm going to send you over to Tess, who's still in Amakhala.
Alright, so we've come over to where the carcass was, and it looks like there's not very much left. There's a sweet thorn with a bit of a dead section down to the left, and right underneath at the base there is what is left of what looks like a calf carcass. But again, we don't know at the moment if this is a red hartebeest calf. We can only assume as much, because there was a female hartebeest hanging around, and by the time people found the cheetah this morning, they were already feeding in that thicket. So it's quite a far view. All we can really see is a bit of red, so there's still a bit of meat somewhere, and kind of a few bones and other parts sticking out. There's not really much else to give it any defining factors. We can't see a head, we can't see a coat color, we can just kind of see it wasn't a huge animal. There were some pied crows around and there were some jackals around, but it seems like they have all finished up as well. And this is one of the things that I haven't really gotten used to yet, being here. The fact that there are no spotted hyenas means that carcasses stay relatively intact, even the skin. So Morgan showed me a giraffe carcass that died ages ago. And still, all the bones there, still in the basic shape of a giraffe with the skin over the top, obviously hollowed out and no more meat. But the skin is hard like wood. And it's kind of draped over the rib cage, and it just doesn't get eaten like it would by spotted hyenas in those massive clans in the Kruger National Park. There are, of course, brown hyenas here, but they don't really tend to, I don't want to say do as much damage, but that's really what it is. They do as much damage as spotted hyenas to a carcass. They take what they need and they move off, and they're normally solitary, where spotted hyenas move in these big clans. And so they compete with each other, they compete with other predators, and they just rip things apart, pull it in every direction to make sure that they have some food that's protected from everybody else. It's very different for brown hyenas. They can just sneak in, take what they want, and eat it and leave. And so they don't need to be eating the skin. They've got more than enough meat and other content there. They don't eat a lot of the bones. The only time I've seen brown hyenas actively taking the skin with them is to take it to a den site to allow the cubs to chew. But other than that, there isn't really anything big that would scatter carcasses here. I suppose the biggest would actually be lions. If they're competing, they might pull different parts of the carcass to different places and feed on it in peace because of their lack of table manners. But for now, a fairly peaceful scene. Again, we've got the patient's pants on, hoping that some jackals are going to come back or some crows. If we get really lucky, we might even get to call in a vulture sighting. Those are incredibly rare sightings here. You don't get vultures often. So when they do occur, it is wildly exciting. I'm yet to see one here. I think the only place I've seen vultures in the Eastern Cape was maybe once or twice in Addo, Elizabeth. Further northeast in Queenstown, where I grew up, there was a game reserve there, and they had what they called vulture restaurants to try and help the vulture population come back because they are endangered. They used to have vulture restaurants where they used to leave carcasses out where other predators couldn't get to them and just allow the vultures to feed to kind of rebuild the population. It's become quite an important tool in vulture conservation, these vulture restaurants, to encourage them back to areas where they've been struggling to repopulate on their own. I can't even hear any crows or jackals anymore. I wonder if they've all completely left the area. We could see them from a distance earlier when we were still looking for the cheetahs. But maybe with the day having moved on a bit and not very much left of the carcass, everyone got what they needed and they kind of just scattered in their relative different directions. But you'll probably find over the next few days there will be regular visitors back here, jackals, pied crows, all sorts of things like that. Just to kind of check what's happening. Okay, so we are going to stick around here. I can see a young eland making its way over to investigate. In the meantime, we will send you over to Rusty in Djuma. Apparently the person though, not the car.
They look big for zebras.
My name is Rusty. Some of you might be familiar of my name. I was last Well, it's a good morning and good evening and good afternoon for wherever you are across the globe. My name is Rusty. I was previously last in the hot seat of Djuma about 3 years ago in the early months of 2019. A lot has happened in that time, and I have decided to rearrange my career a little bit and come back to the concrete jungle of Johannesburg and help out Lisa at the dam cams. So just to catch you up on my life and who I am and what I do, I'm actually a qualified horse safari guide, and I have been in the wildlife industry for the last 15 to 16 years since I've left high school in Zimbabwe. I moved to South Africa in 2011 and I have been based in the Greater Kruger National Park for 8 years doing horseback safaris. A very different line of work, very similar line of work, but from a different angle. Everything is very different from the back of a horse. And then from at the end of 2019, I left to go to the North Cape, to where I managed a stable yard in the Kalahari Game Reserve. Some of you might have known the area called Swalu. It's a rather iconic area. I spent 3 years there, and then I moved to Johannesburg to follow my heart, let's put it that way. And then from there I moved to the Western Cape of South Africa, where at present I am doing horseback safaris through the Cape Winelands. And at present, right now, I am observing through the cameras that are, one is looking over the Gwaru Dam in Djuma, where I have got quite a bit of history there, and the other one is in Etosha at Oyokoyo Pan, where we have quite a bit of activity happening. But right now we'll concentrate around Djuma. Please, if you have any questions or queries about myself or what we are looking at through the dam cams, please send them through. I'll be happy to answer them the best I can. So it seems to be a bit quiet around Djuma at the moment. The rain has settled and the clouds seem to be clearing a little bit. We'll see what the rest of the afternoon looks like. Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, Jeffrey. You've got a question. Can you please repeat that? Sorry, it came through at the last minute. Jeffrey, your question is, do any birds thrive in the rain? No, I wouldn't say thrive. Not a lot of birds prefer to be wet. There are some water-dwelling birds that will be hunting for fish, or at least what we call the ducks and darters and cormorants and grebes and all that. They have got a water-dependent coat or waterproof coating, if you want to call it that. But there is not a lot of birds that prefer to be wet. They don't thrive under these conditions. They will prefer to go perch somewhere. Some of them will be quite exposed on the top of trees, like the eagles and hawks and vultures, the larger birds of prey, but the smaller ones will find shelter to stay as dry as possible. most of the birds do have this coating that does help them to keep dry, but I wouldn't say they thrive in these conditions. If you're talking about penguins and all that use the water as a source of food, then that's also a different line of life that they live. I hope that answers the question. We did see a Wilberg's eagle earlier on that was sitting and perched in the rain. He wasn't moving anywhere because obviously water can cause a bit of damage to the wings, to the feathers in such conditions. So they just prefer to wait for the rain to stop and then will go off when they have dried off. Okay, so I'll give you a bit of history of my time in Djuma. They do have a vehicle there called Rusty, and my intro to that, to guiding in that time, was they put me straight onto Rusty the vehicle. It was really iconic, and yeah, it was very reliable. We got along very well. I got to spend 3 months traversing the Djuma area. Got to introduce myself to the hyena clan, the leopards, the lions, and a variety of species in the area. Okay, so I am going to keep looking around and seeing what comes down to the watering holes. In the meantime, we're going to head over to Tess and see how she's getting along with her rather full cheetahs.
Who is Rusty the person? Tell me, Nadine, tell me. Who is it? Panning and scanning at Okukuyo. I want to be panning and scanning at Okukuyo. I want to be at Okukuyo, actually. Hey, welcome for your interview, Rusty the person. Amazing. I hope it's going well. So we're over here, and Nadine pointed out, because neither Morgan nor myself saw it, but in the foreground to the carcass there is a tiny, tiny, tiny little termite mound, and currently there is a mongoose.
I'll show the wide shot though.
Yes, show them how we missed it, please, because that's very far away from us. Very far. And they blend in so well with the color of the termite mound. Can you see any mongooses anywhere? Anyone? Other than Nadine?
Apparently Nadine's got talent.
Yes, Nadine's got talent. She's got eagle eyes. She spotted the mongooses, the mongooses, the mongai. Mongooses is actually the correct one. Mongoose? No, it's mongooses. So they're right in the foreground here, just in front of the carcass, kind of poking out of that little termite mound. We've seen 3 so far. And I'm hoping that they're going to pop out again so that you can actually see them properly, because now there's none. But they look like little yellow mongooses, potentially. We kind of only saw the faces. We didn't see if there was a little white tip on the tail or anything like that, but very cute. And we got wildly excited because we were trying to spot them once Nadine had pointed them out to us and said, are those little meerkats or mongooses? We were trying to spot them, and I was really hoping they'd be meerkats, because I haven't seen meerkats in many years. The last time I saw them was in Addo. Oh, hello. Sitting up. And those definitely don't look like little meerkats to me. They look more like mongooses. But we have spent some time waiting to see if the mongoose family, close to the flat open area on the other side of Amakhala, almost central actually, we have been spending some time there to see if they're going to pop out and make an appearance for me, but alas, no such luck. But we do see these little yellow mongooses bouncing around quite often. Jeremiah, the average size of a mongoose colony is actually going to depend on the species. For yellow mongoose, you'll probably find it's very few individuals, maybe up to 10. But if you look at something like dwarf mongooses, that can be up to 40 or 50. So they're much smaller. They live in bigger colonies in these huge termite mounds. Here there would be a lot fewer individuals because the mongooses are bigger and the termite mounds are smaller. So they've adapted their kind of lifestyle. And then you get something like banded mongoose, which are very big, And they can usually live in family groups of up to about 20, but that can also increase up to about 50 depending on the area and the density. So it's definitely more than just one on its own, unless something's gone very wrong and someone got split from the family somehow. But the colony or the business should extend to anywhere between, I would say, 10 and 40, depending on the species, would be your average kind of colony sizes. Here with yellow mongooses, the most I've seen together so far has been 3. How many have you seen together, Morgan?
Yeah.
Also 3. They don't have as complex of a social structure as dwarf mongooses do. They're a bit more loosely structured here. Smaller family groups that live together and are territorial. So they're definitely playing a good game of hide and seek as well, just like the cheetahs and the jackals and the pied crows. They want to hide. But they may have also come out to another exit somewhere that's connected underground. Who knows? They've just disappeared. But that's okay. For now, we will see what happens, and we'll send you back over to Rusty, who's panning and scanning at the Djuma cam.
Well, welcome back, and thank you very much for joining. This is a live and interactive show, so please, if you have any questions, my name is Rusty. I am new to the dam cams. I have a bit of history with Djuma and Safari Live in 2019, and a lot has happened in that time, so if you have any questions regarding this, please let me know. I am just taking over for Lisa for a bit. She is going to be my backup guide behind me, and she's going to just to make sure I go by the rules, let's put it that way. Don't break the rules. Okay, so please, any questions, send them through. We are just observing what is happening around the Gwari Dam in Djuma. I'm just trying to remember all the encounters. I've seen this dam full, empty, just in that short time of those 3 months I was at Djuma. And it was one of my best 3 months of that time. Made a lot of long-time friends, and which I'm still in contact with, and I've seen them on and off for the last couple of years. So there has been one of the resident hippos. He moves around a bit. I think quite a few know him quite well. And the resident Egyptian geese family, and with the amount of rain that has come in, you see how full it is. The catfish along the shoreline have become very active, and you can just imagine of all the grubs and food that has accumulated on the edge, and since the lake has filled up, they've all just come to the surface. Now the catfish are splashing about and having a feeding frenzy there. That's as much activity as one. And there is a question coming through, but can you repeat that, please?
What is the significance of a leopard foot structure?
Ella, if I'm correct in saying, you're asking about what is the structure of a leopard print? Is that correct? Can you just repeat that? What is the significance of a leopard's foot structure? Well, what is great about that, we were looking at Tess and the cheetahs earlier on. She was mentioning how the cheetahs have non-retractable claws. So that is one of your biggest giveaways with cats in general, is they can retract their claws. So if you look at a leopard track, especially in a rainy season like this, it's quite distinctive because the ground is soft. So the cat's being very light-footed, but in the rains, being soft ground, you can actually see the cat's track quite distinctive. So if you look at if any of you have house cats around at home, if you see your own, just pick up your cat's paw and just look at it. It's very distinct. That is your classic cat track. And you just picture leopards now a few times larger than your average house cat. And you'll see it's got the 3 lobes at the bottom and very distinct toe tracks. So you won't see any claw marks unless it's looking at very deep sand or it's moving very quickly or chasing something. Or sometimes you see it in cubs when they're playing around. You'll see the claw marks because obviously they're still practicing their balance. So very obviously with lions and other animal cats in the area that are very similar, you'll find lions will be a lot larger, depending on the cubs, but since they are quite sociable creatures and they live mostly in prides, if you see a small lion track, you'll know that there'll be a larger lion track around because that'll be a cub of some sort, unless the cub is lost. So very occasionally you might get confused. So, talking about Egyptian geese. Now, you see them in the hieroglyphics. Sorry, excuse my what's it called, stammering. You see them across Egypt. You see them actually going back to a European trip I took a few years ago up in one of the rivers in Germany. And I was actually quite surprised about the bird life I did see. And it was coming to the end of winter, and we're walking along one of the rivers late in the evening. And it's all lit up, it's very pretty. And I was with my partner at the time, and I was just walking along, and all of a sudden you could hear this sound. I'm like, no, it can't be. Surely you don't get them here. And true enough, I looked around, and there's 2 Egyptian geese walking up one of the rivers in the middle of Germany. So you can just imagine how spread out these geese are and how prolific they have become throughout Africa and throughout some parts of Europe. And being very territorial and very dominant, they do chase away a lot of the resident waterfowl that do come and compete with the same food source. I see it a lot in Cape Town. In a lot of the waterways and golf courses, you'll see the numbers have increased rapidly, and they breed in the most obscure places, up in tops of palm trees, underneath in people's carports if they leave them open long enough. And they do, once the chicks hatch, they do march them through everywhere. They'll stop traffic to get them to a water source. Randall, you have a very valid question there. You're asking if Egyptian geese are sexually dimorphic. Is there an actual... Can you see it from a distance? If you look closely with a male and female standing together, you'll see that the size difference can vary a little bit with the male and females. But in terms of colouring, there is not much difference. So side by side, you'll see a slight difference. And obviously if there's chicks, you'll know that it's a male and female together. When you see a bunch of youngsters or a huge flock of Egyptian geese, you won't see much difference from afar. Because on a closer look, when you've got a pair of binoculars, you might see some minor details on that. Okay, he or she has flown down to the watering hole, to the pan. We'll just zoom out and see if we can get a better look of what's going on. So, like I said, this is live and interactive. There has been some questions coming through, but any more questions, please, I'm happy to answer them. I will try and discuss what is coming and going from the watering hole. But being in the middle of the rainy season, there is water throughout the whole of the reserve and surrounding areas. So the animals do have plenty to drink, and they have no need to come down to one watering source. Okay, while we continuously look around the pan and see what else will come down in the next hour or so, let's go over to Nick and let's see what the lions are up to.
Welcome back to Kariga. We have finally had a break in our rain. I'm sure you saw the last segment there. The rain came out of nowhere and it was bucketing down. But we have come to the end of that little rain now. So our lions have got up and moved from where we had them last. So we've now travelled a little distance and they've been marching on the road. You can see how thick the bush is on either side here. So
I apologize, we are having some problems with the rain. Some stuff is out of our control. So, we are looking at the pan at Ukukuru. Sorry, my pronunciation is a bit rough, but we will get there. I am still very new to Namibia. I've got friends actually traveling there today. They're going to spend 2 weeks traveling across that incredible country. And it is probably one of the top destinations I've still yet to get to in Southern Africa. For all of those who have traveled there, please, if you want to send in through some questions about the area, or at least some points or information that you know or have seen throughout the last couple of years of traveling through there, please let us know. Okay, it's the usual residents of the pan. We've got a couple of zebra, springbok, there was an oryx earlier, but they've just they're starting and going into their rainy season. So there is also water spread out. I can just imagine how this is in the dry season, as with most of the areas in Africa. As soon as the water dries up and the few pans remaining still hold a bit of water, the competition gets fierce and it becomes a complete traffic jam. But I am sure in front of the camera it becomes a hive of activity. So there's so much to talk about, so much to look at, so much happening that you actually end up zooming out and just trying to take it all in. JT, thank you very much. I am very happy to be back in the seat. It is not in Djuma, but it is still observing from a distance. Thank you very much for the welcome, friendly welcome. It is good to be back. So I think what I am looking forward to most, I know it may or may not happen today, it may happen tomorrow, it may happen through the course of next week, but that iconic, what is it called, image that I have in my head of the white elephants of the area that basically bathe themselves in the white clay that is around the pans. And it is still a picture I would like to see. So I know it has been a few days since we've last had elephants at the pan while we've been live. So it's been months actually. But water does this. When the water has rain comes, animals disperse. We can only but I wish we could follow them. Bit of eye in the sky. Well, talking about big animals and elephants and lions, let's go over to Nick and see what his lions are getting up to.
Yeah, so we've managed to get our lions. They have walked slightly up the hill. They walked faster than I thought. They are on a little bit of a mission. This is absolutely incredible. The scenery behind them. They're coming right to the top of a ridge line here. You can see they're starting to pant quite heavily. They've been walking up a very, very steep hill. They are not even more than half a meter away from the back of the car. They are right next to the car. I literally can't zoom out anymore. Now they're making life a little tough for me here. This is incredible. Martin, that's a good question. When I wake up in the morning, I put my big boy pants on. That's the name of the game. And situations like this, they know that I'm here. They're fully aware of it. And you've just got to stay calm. That's all that you can do. Yeah, off they move past the vehicle. I will have to reposition for us to get another view. But you can see that is the area that they've just come from. They've just walked through this impenetrable thicket. And it has been a little bit challenging. Some of the roads have been a little tough to navigate. But look at that environment that they've just come through. Absolutely stunning. And the roads are quite wet now. You can see on the road there we've got quite a little patch of rain there. So I'm sure they're going to keep moving up along the road and I'll try and reposition. But in the meantime we're going to take you across to Okukuyo.
So welcome back. While Nick is repositioning, we're just going to focus on Okokoyo and see what is happening around there. The span is getting more and more active as the day moves on. It is clear skies there, and I can bet you the heat is increasing rapidly. It is Namibia, and they are renowned for how extreme the temperatures can get. I mean, you can just picture this place getting 40 degrees, even more. And I think at this time of year, because it is the rainy season, the humidity and heat might increase quite rapidly. This, we hope, will bring the animals more closer and more dependent on the water source. But like you can see in the background and what the animals are feeding on, it is quite green, so it'll be dispersing the wildlife as it is. But being the watering hole is just at the base of one of the camps in the area, so if you do hear voices in the background, that is the guests that are coming through. It is a very popular spot for tourists, and I'm sure all of you from across the world will venture there one day. Tristan, you've got a question here. You sent a question through. You're asking how does humidity affect the animals? Well, I suppose it's the same with humans. Once the humidity gets very dense, let's put it that way, because it feels like you're swimming through the humidity, life will slow down a little bit. A lot of the animals are adapted to this and are quite used to it, especially in areas where humidity is quite common. So if the humidity does pick up to a certain point, especially at different times of day, you'll find that they'll move into a shaded spot, try find any ounce of wind or movement of air, or at least go to a watering hole to cool off. Not a lot of animals prefer to be wet, so they'll try find a shaded area. The cats and hyenas and wild dogs, ones that are always on the move and battle with the heat, especially after they have eaten, they'll move to a water source to at least cool off. That is depending on what is in the water source. A pan like this, in Etosha, they don't have many predators such as crocodiles in the pan. So you can just imagine what will be waiting in some of the more open areas where there's free-flowing water and where crocodiles and hippos roam freely. That is more of a deterrent for animals to go cool off. But in areas, especially with the amount of rain that's around and all these pans opening up, it's a lot more relaxed for the animals to walk up, cool themselves off or drink without worrying about what lurks beneath the waters. So I think, over the last day or so since I've been here, you'll notice the animals are a lot more relaxed walking up to these watering holes because they are well aware that there is nothing lurking in the depths. As you go more towards the Kruger and Djuma area, you'll find animals are a bit more skeptical about walking up to the pans because, yes, crocodiles do move around, especially in times of this time of the year where the water does flow more freely from the main river systems and the bigger pans and dams. And I have been in the middle of Tanzania in a game reserve up there where we were just driving along the road, and this was late in the evening, and came across a 14-foot crocodile. And it was like, wow, okay. And we weren't close to a water source. But this one, as the evening draws on, and the cooler temperatures, as the evening comes and the temperature drops, the crocodiles will move throughout the night until they find another water source. So as much as I say most of the water around here does not have crocodiles, if there are crocodiles within a few kilometer radius of a main river, you'll find them moving across to the smaller watering holes, especially at this time of the year. So I can understand why some wildlife will be nervous of approaching the pans. So these Egyptian geese they are the resident family. They seem to be doing very well for themselves. I think the only predators they have will be birds of prey and the mongooses on the banks. So it is always quite a what's it called? Survival of the fittest. It's a game each night and each day. Who's going to wake up alive? Let's put it that way. And with a family of Egyptian geese like that have got 4 or 5 youngsters following them, it's just a matter of time. And it's actually great to see how many have come to this age. It's not often the case. Lisa's been following them quite avidly since they've hatched, and she has just mentioned that they are definitely 6, and they are definitely 6 as we see on the screen. So you get quite not attracted, what's the word for it? Attached to this family. So if one disappears, you want to know who got lucky, who got lucky, and sadly the Egyptian geese came second best with that. But we'll see in the next few weeks how that goes on. They don't look that young, so I'm guessing in the next 2 weeks they might fledge and move off. I don't know where the next closest water source are, but if they do, they will hang around with their parents for the next couple of weeks. But as soon as the next breeding season starts, they will be chased off, and they have to go to fend for themselves. They will stay as a family group for a short while, but they'll move on. Okay, we are going to keep scanning around the watering hole, and we'll see what comes in and out. In the meantime, let's go over to Nick, who has found his lions again.
Okay, we've managed to reposition ourselves. So these lions have come from the bottom of the valley all the way up to the top of this ridgeline. And you can see it's a very different type of environment up here. Much more open. And it is incredible to watch them moving along on territorial patrol. So interestingly, it looks like the dominant male of the two is the one slightly at the back on the right, and it seems like they've been taking turns in terms of who's walking at the front. Look at that. That is an unbelievable view. Geo for sure, they will definitely scent mark as they're moving along like this, and they have done so just in areas it's been a little tricky to try and film, particularly small shrubs and things like that. There is one closer to the vehicle on my left hand side, so we'll have a look and see as they get closer if they do potentially start to scent mark there. Just stopping to listen. So they are on the edge of this thicket. The big valley they've come from is on the left, and you can see the vegetation is quite dense there. So remember, scent marking is a passive way of letting everybody know that this is their territory. But this is absolutely incredible. Look at the size of their front paws as they walk. A few lapwings starting to call behind me. Wow, look at this view on this male here. That is a stunning position. Down he goes. JP, not that I know of. So they do, remember the Kalahari lions are quite renowned for their dark coloured manes. But these males, as far as I understand, do not have any Kalahari bloodlines. Their bloodlines, as far as I understand, are here in the Eastern Cape. Look at that, they've read the script. We've nailed it, guys. They're both looking across at those lapwings, alarm calling and flying. So the father of these two males was a male here from the Eastern Cape. Not on Kariga, but from the Eastern Cape. There are some other birds here, flappet larks, which when they fly, they flap their wings, they hit their wings, that they are hearing. And that's what they keep turning across to have a look at. And it's amazing how they do it in synchrony with each other. They look across at the same time. Wow, look at those teeth. This is absolutely incredible. I feel like we deserve this. You know, we've worked really hard. It rained while we were trying to follow them. They took us through some tricky areas. But you've got to risk it to get the biscuit. I mean, look at that. We've watched them walk towards the vehicle now for 200-300 meters, and they've come and flopped down in this exact position here. This is too good. You know, sometimes when you head out into the bush and everything just comes together. This is one of those days. And you can see how alert they are. They're looking around everywhere. So in terms of their exact positioning, they're right on top of the ridge line now. And from here, they've literally got a 360-degree view around them. So down to their left-hand side, where this male is looking at, is that deep valley that they've come from. Further across to the right is more of an open section, more of an open area. See, there is another big rain in the distance, but hopefully that stays away. There's a yawn. There's no words that I can say right now. I'm just absolutely overwhelmed by the scene. Vivian, 100%. It's this is an absolutely beautiful sighting, and photographically it's incredible. You know, with these more open grassy areas now, we're able to definitely blur out our background a little bit easier compared to those thickets of where we were. Okay, I think we're going to take you back across to Djuma and see what they've got in store for us.
Wasn't that spectacular? Those boys were walking in sync down the road. Nick definitely nailed that one. It was incredible to watch from our side. Yeah, super jealous. I think everyone can say the same. To have that, then walk over and sit in a perfect position for them to view and for you to have a full experience of what Nick is experiencing there. So back on Djuma, we have a couple. The family of Egyptian geese are still feeding around the edges. The catfish are catching whatever food they can on the edges. So it is a very quiet afternoon. Like I said, it's very overcast and very full. It's nice to see such. This dam will stay full. It'll slowly recede throughout the next couple of months. I'm sure we'll get more rain. I'm sure they will. But as it is now, it'll hold water for the next few months and well into winter. So you can just, the life that this pan supports, I'm sure the catfish and whatever life is below that surface is thriving at the moment. If not, they are breeding and doing what they do best.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
So, looking back in history, when I was last traveling around Djuma on the hot seat of Rusty, the experiences that I had were like none other. You got to spend hours on end with some of the most incredible wildlife, and with the constant presence of vehicles, with a lot of the leopards, hyenas. You got to know them personally. I'm sure you all know them well enough. I obviously in the last 3 years have lost touch, but it hasn't taken me long to get attracted back to who's around, who's in and out, which lion prides are around. As you know, a lot of the lions are territorial, and there's always a younger one, more impressive one taking over an area. So it's a constant struggle, constant movement of wildlife. So it's always nice to keep up to date on who's who. So I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon, but if something moves through here, it'll be nice to see. If any of the cats move through, it'll be nice to see who it is and who can I identify it. I will need a help with that, but we never know. It's all by chance. Hi, Alicia. You are asking if snakes are more active in this type of weather. The answer is yes, they can be more active. You must understand that although it is raining, the temperature is actually perfect for them because it is warm. Snakes don't like when it's extreme temperature, so extreme cold or extreme heat. If the ground is too hot, they'll find a shady spot. If the ground is too cold, obviously it'll slow down their metabolism and they will go find a more protected area. So this time, when it's warm and wet and damp and there is a lot more food around, you'll find that they are active. But being such a thick bush, you can just imagine how difficult it will be just to see them. So unless they're crossing over a road, it'll be very difficult to find them. I know this morning we were watching a couple of ground hornbills and they found a puff adder. You can just imagine their eyesight, but they are walking through the veld, and with that eyesight they can pick up every bit of movement. And with the puff adders, that some of you might know what they are. They're quite a robust looking snake. They just grow just under a half a meter to a meter, but on average, and they don't move away very quickly, and they'll give you a loud hiss if they sense you coming very close. So in case, like I've experienced it on horseback, because horses are quite heavy footed, where the horse stops suddenly and you're like, what? It's a lion, it's a leopard, what is it? And if you listen quite quiet, if you just listen carefully, you'll hear the hiss of the puff adder in the background. And if you look a good meter, 2 meters, 5 meters ahead of you, you will notice that this varies in sizes, this puff adder giving us a loud warning hiss. So I'm just imagining if it will be the same for, and I've seen elephants walk around puff adders, the ground hornbills, whether that puff adder will give it a hiss, might just give its location away, which is never a good thing, because it'll just become dinner. But I'm not too sure what the ground hornbill will hear, or if the puff adder will at least give it away. So yeah, to answer your question, the snakes will be very active at this time of year. Both, all species of snakes that are out there. I don't know how many snakes we will see from the dam cams. It will be a very nice surprise if we will pick up one from that angle. But you never know. The bush is always full of surprises. That blue sky is looking amazing. I think it'll be nice for it to dry out a little bit for the next couple of hours. Yep, the roads are looking soggy. It does complicate matters with the vehicles that come through here. Alan, you've got a question that's come through, you've sent through. You're asking if, like the hippo that was yawning earlier, do other animals do the same? As with most mammals and humans, we do have a tendency to yawn. Some do it out of a stance of aggression, or just to, like us, get rid of excess energy and just show that what mood we're in. Like, if you go on foot towards hippos, they do it for a slightly different reason, to being more relaxed. They do it for just as a, look at me, look what I've got, come closer, you'll find out. Pretty much in that sentence, that is all displayed in one yawn. But as the evening or afternoon wears off, and on days like this when hippos, it's not too hot, they can be a bit more active, because they're not burning off too much. There's a lot of food around, so they'll just yawn, stretch their legs, move around the pan. It's a perfect condition for them to do that. But if you see, the lions were doing it earlier, the cheetahs were doing it as well. When they're just about to move or get going, they will stretch, yawn. That's also just to get everything stretched and moving, and then they'll get up and go. So, as with hippos, it's a massive form of aggression, or not aggression, but yeah, this is my spot. But it also means that they're content and ready to move out for the evening of grazing. For the cats, you'll see that it's just for them to stretch out. But yeah, I've seen, I ride horses a lot. Horses yawn, especially after they've been ridden for a couple of hours. That's obviously same with us. It's like you're tired, you need that break. Horses do the same, so I'm guessing zebras, springbok, and yeah, birds even yawn. So it's the same throughout the whole animal kingdom. Oh, not all the animal kingdom. I can't see a. I'm just trying to think what. Yeah, yawning is a technique, I suppose. So some animals that have the ability to do so will do so. Those that don't cannot. I'm sure a lot of you have seen how the seasons have changed and how a few years ago how dry and arid a lot of these areas looked, and how fast the whole condition of the bush changes just from one rain. And now you just imagine how much rain they've just had recently, how alive the bush will become. You can almost hear the growth happening. Okay, well, we'll leave Djuma and then we'll go over to Okukoyo and see what is happening at that watering hole. So, back in Etosha, it seems that, but the heat of the day does bring more animals down to the watering hole. We have impala, springbok, there's zebra in the background, the Egyptian geese family is still around. Now it's going to be quite hard to identify who's who, as early this morning there was just a handful of springbok and one or two impala. Now the numbers have increased. I can just imagine how this must look like in the middle of winter when it's dry and arid. How alive and active it can be. I'll just zoom in on the impala. Hi, Stella. You're asking what's the ecological benefits of the guarri bush, the magic guarri. There are different kinds of guarri bushes, but the significance of a guarri bush. Well, it does signify where the closest water, how close the water table is to the surface. So when you see quite a bit of magic guarri or guarri bushes around, it does mean that the water table is not far off. Yeah, when I'm saying not far off, it can be 20 to 30, 40 meters even. But if you are digging for a well or a borehole, as we call it this side, you'll find probably the best place to start drilling a hole will be in areas like that. So the significant value of guarri bush is to find water or to indicate where the closest watering holes are. Not watering holes, but where water is closer to the surface. There's some other significant values come to just random uses for the branches, for the leaves, for the fruit. So yeah, magic guarri bushes have many different uses. It can be used as a food source. They use the branches for a number of different purposes. You can chew it as a toothbrush. Never tried it. Oh, I have tried it, but it didn't quite. I like my toothbrush at home. But yeah, the main indication is for the water table. So the bustling busyness of the pan. You do want to see what's coming left or right. We're just going to zoom around and across. Like I said, we are just on the other side of a lodge, so if you do hear voices in the background, it is of the other tourists coming to admire this incredible area. So we've got some zebra up to the left, a few impala, a few springbuck, still the usual local dwellers around this area. I'm sure if they don't, I can see a bit of clouds picking up, but at the heat of the day, they might have built up to something more later on this afternoon. Still waiting for that large grey mass to appear on the horizon, either of the bulkiness of the elephants or at least the grey shape of one of the local resident rhinos that pass through here. Wouldn't that be exciting? But nevertheless, it's still quite a spectacular sight. Watching and interacting with the local wildlife we have here at the moment. I'm surprised because a lot of this pan is very exposed. So I was just referring to how open this pan is compared to Gwari Dam, where there's a lot of reed and grass and trees and protection for like young chicks such as Egyptian geese to hide in. So there'll be a lot less life in this water because they're so much exposed to the predatory animals on the outside. So these Egyptian geese, being as aggressive as they are, there's not a lot of animals that take on these young chicks. But I'm sure some animals have adapted to distract the parents to get to the chicks. But the geese can take to the water quite quickly, and with no natural predators inside these pans, it is a safer place for them to be. As if you go to Djuma, they've got predators both in the water and outside on land, which they have to watch out for. And as thick as it is there, and how animals, especially the predators, can sneak up close, you can just imagine how wary the parents can be. But I'm sure those who have grown up with geese or have experienced a geese attack, which happens in a lot of local parks, that a lot of kids go and pick up the gosslings thinking it's fun and cute and get attacked by the parents. It's very funny to watch from the outside because we know what's coming. But if I can refer to my mother as her child is, she is scarred for life from being attacked from geese as a child. And these geese will not let any vehicles in or out of the yard. And if you try to get out your car, they are very protective. And they have built up a reputation throughout the world of being very protective over their area, and especially over the young. It is a mother's prerogative, but these geese definitely take credit for protecting their youngsters, especially if you're at the bottom of the food chain. So we've got the oryxes coming back, a lone oryx. It may or may not be the same one. They're not as dependent on water as one might think, but in time of plenty, they will drink often. Now, I don't think it's the same oryx because the oryx that came in earlier came in almost knee deep, took a quick drink, and then moved off. And I'm pretty sure he's gone off for better grazing somewhere else. This oryx is coming from the same direction as the other one arrived from. So there's not often, you do find solitary males that wander off and are being kicked out of the main herds. So it could be, I'm pretty sure it's just another one wandering around and moving from one watering hole or grazing area to the next. there's nothing quite spectacular as in the dry season when you get all that dust and dust pollution in the air and got that golden glow of the sun as it sets on the horizon and that silhouettes of a few hundred oryx in the distance. They are spectacular animals. They almost like have got face paint on them. Scott, you've got a very interesting question. That is a very interesting question. You're asking which antelopes have the strongest horns. Well, that can vary, but they don't have what we call antlers, what you see a lot overseas, where the antlers break off every season and regrow. Now, horns are quite solid. They've got this bone that grows into the horn, and it's attached to this, it's fused to the skull. So you can just imagine that these are actually used for fighting and the form of defense. So when you're asking which one has the strongest horns, it does vary from animal to animal, but that bone density is quite very strong in all the species. So you can just imagine how that impacts, especially when two males are fighting, how just the blow from each head blow, you can just imagine the pressure and how much pressure it can withstand. I have seen a few animals walking around with one horn, and I can almost feel the pain because there is a nerve that grows into this horn, and if it breaks off right at the skull, I'm pretty sure the animal will have a headache for a few months to come. But which one has the strongest horn? I cannot answer that question, I'm afraid. All of them have got very dense set horns, but if you look at like fragile, like which ones are more easier to snap, oryx have got these long spear-like horns, and you can just imagine that is used for defense. I've seen them defend off hyenas, wild dog, and they are vicious. Hey, there's no quarter taken for anything that comes close to any of their offspring. They will defend them, and you can see this wild dog know exactly what those horns are for. Now you can just imagine buffalo, even wildebeest. Those horns are, they are a serious weapon to come across. You don't want to mess with them. Come on, oryx. You're slowly coming down. There is no rush. In time of plenty, there is no rush. And the time when it is dry and a lot more arid, you'll find these animals are coming in, they drink, they move off, because it's constantly a mass turnover of wildlife, of all species. So I'm just going to throw some random facts up there about Etosha. Now you just think about the variety of animals we see here. You've got the oryx, you've got springbok, you've got the zebra, we've had the black rhino. But Etosha holds quite a variety of different species of mammals. They've got about over 100 different species of mammals that come through, about over 300 species of birds. And now if you just sit there quietly and listen to the bird life, especially in the early morning and late evenings, you wouldn't even know where to begin. You'll start with your regulars, and then if you look further or hair deeper into the bush and start picking up the individual ones, you'll have to go there at peak time now. As it goes into the rainy season, you get a lot of the migrants coming through. There's a higher food source. So in peak season, you'll get over 300 species of birds within that area. I mean, that's an incredible amount if you compare it to overseas, to an area where you've got extreme cold winters, where a lot of birds leave, and in summers it's a very short summer, so very few amount of birds will hang around for nesting and then move out again. While in places like Etosha, it's almost perfect conditions throughout the years. You do get low temperatures, but nothing a bird can handle. We don't get minus 40 or minus 30 or knee deep in snow. So birds can handle the temperatures below 10 to even 0, because some of these pans do freeze, but they can always keep themselves warm with the feathers. And with a lot of the animals, I'm referring to horses as well, they grow this extreme winter coat that will protect them through the elements of winter.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic.
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Hello, it is Lisa again. So well done, Rusty, on your good intro and interview. I think you did a brilliant job. I remember my first interview as well. It was quite nerve-wracking, but we quickly get the hang of it. Of course, when you're watching these beautiful animals, how can you not? It is so, so peaceful, and I'm so grateful our oryx came back. Perhaps it's because of Rusty. Brought some luck for us. Now I'm really hoping that we are going to be seeing more of these animals. Generally, when we do see them here in Okokoyo, it's in herds. We do see the odd individual every now and again. But I'm just happy that we are seeing one, to be honest with you. But of course, I will get pickier with time. As we start to see one and another one and perhaps smaller herds, I will start demanding some youngsters, which are called calves, of course. But I really have missed this scene. I promise you, it has literally been months for myself since I've seen an oryx. And it really was something that we used to see every single day. It's a very common occurrence. Of course, you know, this is the national animal of Namibia. But for myself personally, I never realized how much we took it for granted when we did see them. So hopefully they will come back in full swing again. Come show us their little ones as well. And of course enjoy all of the green grass that we see all around. well, it sounds like Nick is still with those beautiful lions, so I'm going to send you over to Kariga so we can see if we can catch up with him.
Lisa, you may be more excited to spend time with these lions, but these lions are more excited to spend time with your Gemsbok than with me, that's for sure. No, we had another downpour, and they did go and momentarily take some cover underneath some of the thickets. But now that the rain has passed, they have come out into the open again. So I am positioned at the junction of a road here, and we know they have been really moving along the roads. There is a game trail going from them towards me. It's just at the bottom of the frame, and I'm really hoping that they may potentially get up once again. Lots of rolling over there. So in terms of my positioning, I have positioned a little bit further away. The road continues up ahead. Let me see if I can show you here. Just in terms of where I am. So here's the road. You know, I could position on the road then, definitely be a lot closer to them. However, we have been quite lucky with getting really nice close views of these males. So I've kind of parked further away in the hope that they may get up once again and potentially head towards us. You can see there's still lots of signs that they may continue to stay active. That rolling over that we saw, they've got their heads up. There we go, we're seeing that once again. And who knows, if it works out, that'll be incredible. If it doesn't, we've already had an amazing view of them. So you can see in terms of their mane how hunting during the day is a lot tougher for the males. From this distance you can really see that dark mane sticks out quite a lot. You know, if you think of if a lioness was lying there who doesn't have that dark mane, she'd be a lot more concealed, especially if she had to flop over on her side. A little bit different for these males. So the one who keeps rolling over like that is the dominant one, that one who's just stood up. Lots of bonding going on between the two of them. Oh, they're teasing us here. Obviously this weather's got them relatively alert, I don't want to use playful, but you can see a lot of bonding going on between the two brothers. A bit more rain starting to make an appearance again, I'm sure you can see it in the frame. But it's been an absolutely incredible escape to nature here at Kariga with these two dominant male lions. They've really put a show on for us. We've watched them going from resting in the thickets to moving quite steadily through those thickets to these open areas up here. It's been absolutely incredible. Washington, 100%. They are incredible looking lions. Genetically quite gifted. Got nice, big, thick manes. Obviously we're quite far away from here, but when we were closer we could see they don't have a whole lot of scratches or anything like that on their face. Really, really are good looking male lions. And these are the genetics that you do want passed down the line. You know, if you think about how hard it is to find a beautiful looking male lion these days, you know, and with those incredible genetics, this is important for conservation and the continued sort of diversity and strength of the lion sort of lineage. You know, if you think of sort of 1950s compared to now, the decline in the number of lions, we've probably gone from just short of around 400,000, 500,000 lions in the sort of 1920s, 1930s, to around 20,000 now, maybe just over 20,000, 25,000 or so. Of that, you can call that maybe 5,000 males. You know, from there you can probably cut that down to 2,000 really good looking, strong, genetically gifted lions. So this is really, really special to be able to see this. See them moving around, just going about their day as if we weren't here. Like I said, I'm definitely hoping that they will get up and continue to move. They've already moved quite a big distance in terms of where we had them at the start of Escape to Nature. And in all likelihood, I really don't see them moving around too much from this clearing. This is a beautiful spot that they've got to scan around. They can potentially look for prey species as well. I think the only reason they moved in this little open clearing in the last sort of 45 minutes is because of the rain. But I feel like we've been so lucky to bring the whole story sort of full circle of how we saw them resting. You guys saw the deluge of rain that started. Then they started to move. We got them walking up that really steep hill. We got to see them panting, breathing quite heavily. And now they've moved through that thicket environment, that Albany thicket, up to this open area, completely different environment. That walk by of them walking down the road, I mean, we couldn't have scripted that better if we tried. And now just surveying their territory with his eyes closed. So his brother's also resting still. In terms of where they are, there is a waterhole close by. Not that is very important right now. But with all of the rain that we've had, there are little patches of water all over the place. It's not like if they wanted to drink, they would have to trek to a certain waterhole to get some water. Even all the way along the road, I'm sure as you saw them earlier, kind of passing lots of different puddles of water. I was kind of secretly hoping as well that while they were coming from that thicket up to this open area, that there might be a lot of antelope species, of blesboks and impalas and things in the open here. Not in terms of witnessing a live kill, but more to see the interaction of the reaction from those buck species, antelope species, to the lions, of a lot of alarm calling from blesbok and from impala. And we've talked about it once or twice, of how they will come closer and keep a visual on those lions, not sort of see them from 300 meters away and run another 100 meters into a dip and not be able to see them, but to possibly even go closer to them and keep an eye on them, alarm calling, letting them know that they have been spotted. You know, it's always nice interaction to see that. You know, you possibly see the lion's tail flicking from side to side every now and then, and they kind of get on with business. But the antelope will do that for leopard as well, and leopard get really frustrated with that. You'll see a leopard's tail, it will raise it all the way up. Male's getting comfy. A leopard will raise his tail all the way up. There'll often be those rattling testiculars shouting as well. And you'd often see a leopard sort of grimace, you know, give a facial reaction as well. Whereas lions kind of just get on with it more than what leopards do. It looks like this is potentially going to be their spot where they rest up if we don't get any more rain pushing through. Our male catching flies. I feel like he's been bugged by flies the whole day. This is the one that we were looking at earlier. He was busy trying to catch them as well. Julian, it's my pleasure, my absolute pleasure to tag along and see what these males have got up to today. It's amazing that they do give us a window into their life to be able to follow them and have a look and see what happens. You know, and that is the way we want to view them naturally. You know, we want to get incredible sightings of them, but we don't want to sort of infringe on their movements or their confidence levels at all. And we've seen how comfortable they've been walking right up to the vehicle, moving around us. But at the same time, you know, it's also important to remember that sensitivity to these animals is important. You know, when we saw them walking down the road earlier, walking at 200-300 meters. With these wet conditions, I kind of knew that the grasses would be wet and that the road is the path of least resistance. So I kind of just moved off the side of the road a little bit, just to give them, if they wanted to continue along the road, that they can. They don't really have to alter their path. You know, it's really no sweat off our backs to be able to do that. And it's not like it's going to alter their course at all if you stay on the road. I mean, they'll maybe just move around the vehicle, but just giving them the sort of the benefit of the doubt, if you want to call it that. Just being as sensitive as possible. Yeah, he's starting to groom himself a little bit there, possibly cleaning himself up after that rain. And I'm sure we'll start to see this male settle down soon enough as well. His brother is still completely flat on the ground. And like I said, I don't see these males going anywhere too far. But stick around with us as we start to head into our sunset safari. It's been an incredible escape to nature from all of our various locations. You never know what our sunset safari is going to bring. Lions rolling around on their backs, lions patrolling along the roads. Who knows? Dry conditions, wet conditions, we'll have to wait and see. But I hope everybody has enjoyed our escape to nature and that you have learnt a little something along the way. And we'll see you in a little bit.
Are you ready for the ultimate fireside chat? Join James, Lauren, Cedric, and special guest Byron Soro as they pit some of Africa's iconic wild animals against each other. Who will be crowned the ultimate king of the jungle? Don't miss the incredible finale of our Safari Ball weekend. Catch it live on February 11th.
Thank you.